I just stop and admire it because the Kia Telluride just looks iconic. And not only is the Kia Telluride beautiful, it's got room for the whole family. There's a seating capacity for up to 7 passengers. Plus, it's loaded with tech. So is the 2024 Kia Telluride the right ride for you and your family? Come on down to Elk Grove Kia in the Elk Grove Auto Mall. Give it a test drive. And just a heads up, when you're here at Elk Grove Kia, you're going to be treated very well. You're not going to get this kind of car buying experience in Roseville, Vacaville, Sacramento, or Davis. That's why Elk Grove Kia has so many 5-star reviews. Again, check them out in the Elk Grove Auto Mall or online, elkgrovekia.com. 24-month lease, $0 security deposit, 20 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year, $4,999 due at signing based on approval of credit. VIN number 501850, ends June 30th, 2024.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. KHTK-AM Sacramento. KYMX HD2 Sacramento. Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Sactown Sports.
Feeding your passion for local sports in the afternoon. It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper on your radio at 1140 a.m.
Streaming audio at SactownSports.com and the Sactown Sports app.
You can also watch the show on YouTube at Sactown Sports 1140. Here are the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper.
Well, the off-season roller coaster ended up in a very happy place last night. So we have a lot to talk about today, a lot to celebrate? Well, that depends on who you ask. But before we get any further, Drapes, Jay, I have to ask you guys an opinion of what do you think of the old saying, it's best to let sleeping dogs lie? You buy that or?
I do.
Do you?
Yes, okay. I buy that.
Yeah. Jay, you let sleeping dogs lie?
Yeah. I'm with that. Yeah.
Okay. Then I guess I won't mention that I found out that Alan Stiles did apparently an impersonation of you on their show today. I just won't. I didn't hear it. I just know about it.
Was it flattering?
I don't know. I did not.
I just saw Alan Stiles. He didn't say anything about it.
I know.
It was a quick encounter too. It was
he's the one that
hi
told
guys,
me
and
about
kept going.
Yeah, he's the one that told me about it. So just a few moments ago. So honestly, I didn't hear it. And I said, well, maybe I shouldn't mention that. And he goes, no, I want him to hear it. So
really,
I don't. Yeah.
All right. Well, we have to dig it up.
We gotta dig through the crates, or tell me where this was.
I think Ledbetter saved it. I'll have to check with him. So
all right.
Somewhere.
All I will say about this, and I don't know whether it's a good impersonation or not. It may be. Remember, I've told you guys, I'm the LeBron James of the station.
Yeah.
Carmichael, Dave, and those guys in the morning. Ratings are a little low. Let's invoke Draper. Midday guys, you know what? We need a little boost. Friday, kind of dragging a little bit. Let's invoke Draper. Yeah, and so that's how it is. You know, I'm sort of LeBron James, of the station, trying to boost the ratings. So
apparently it had something to do with Zach LaVine. They were talking about Zach LaVine, and so I guess Alan did kind of talking about Zach LaVine. I don't know. But yesterday we were kind of thinking as we came to a conclusion, we thought, well, I guess maybe Zach LaVine's out of the picture. But now you must be thrilled. According to the reports, looks like he was never out of the picture.
Whitey, that's what I said. Dude, Zach LaVine, even with the Malik Monk news, still makes sense for the Sacramento Kings. We talked about it, me, you, and Jay in the background there before we started the show. Mm-hmm. All the Kings done so far is run it back.
Hold serve.
Hold serve, exactly. We've talked about the need to upgrade the talent, and that is still there. We got Malik back in the fold. That's a huge signing, a great signing. But I'd still like to beef up the wing core. I'd still like to go out there and get a 4-man. And so Monty's work is just now beginning. I'm not going to, put a statue up for Monty McNair for signing and re-signing our own free agent. I'm sorry, Monty, you're my guy. I know you're listening right now, but we still got work to do, big fella. This is just one part of the domino. This is one thing that, just the tip of the iceberg, really.
Yeah, but if I'm building a statue today, it's not Monty McNair. It's Malik Monk, a guy who could have had. Not only is it unusual for somebody to say, oh, I want to stay in Sacramento, or I want to go to Sacramento. He stays when he could have got more money elsewhere. A significant amount of money. He's going to end up, if he has another good year here, he's going to end up, and he may already be on his way to being Sacramento's most favorite King ever.
I think so. I mean, this is a guy that has touched the community with his swag, the way he plays, his style. This is a guy that, if I'm the Sacramento Kings, you need guys like Malik Monk on your team. And losing Malik would have been, how about this? I'm going to throw this out there and tell me if this makes sense. I don't know if it does. Losing him would have been a greater loss than keeping him is a greater victory. If you know what I mean.
Yes.
Because if you lose him, you create a massive loss, not only from a basketball standpoint, but I'm talking from a locker room, from a culture standpoint.
Yes.
And so Malik's value to this team is more than just what we see in the box score.
I agree. It would have left a smoking crater.
Right.
If he's gone, it's like, wow, what are we going to do about that?
And it's not one guy that you could fill that crater in with, right? And so that's why I think this was such a big signing, because it's like, and we talked about it too, Whitey. If Malik leaves, it's not like you could use his salary to go out there and get a replacement. And so you sign a guy, one of your own free agents, a guy that wants to be here. I think now you have a core of 4 guys. But, Monty, there's still work to be done, I think.
Oh, no question. Yeah. But so much of the reaction last night, a lot of joy, but as we discussed earlier today, I think a lot of it is relief for the points that you just raised.
I think,
oh, thank goodness, don't have to deal with him leaving.
Yeah, and I think most people, including myself, assume, man, that money from other teams is going to be too hard to turn down.
Yes.
He's probably going to leave.
I was sure he was gone.
How'd you feel when Woj dropped that bomb last night? When
I didn't know about it till your text.
Oh, really?
So,
okay.
Yeah, I heard about it from you. I was stunned. It took me a minute to say, wait, what?
Right.
Yeah.
It's a big get, man. This is huge, just because, like I said, losing him would have been massive for this team. I mean, think about it. When you look at the Kings bench last season, it was already pretty thin.
Mm-hmm.
We couldn't withstand the loss of Malik Monk down the stretch, Kevin Huerter down the stretch. Our depth was compromised. Now you re-sign, arguably the best 6-man in the league, and we could talk about his role going forward. But this is a big-time signing for Sacramento because no matter what they did, you lose Malik, it's going to be tough to, replace him.
I think I may owe Kevin Huerter an apology. The Fisher story today at Yahoo said that there's, what was the word? It wasn't significant, but it amounted to significant interest around the league in Kevin Huerter.
Yeah. People still talking about Kevin Huerter, and, he's a shooter.
Yeah.
And so, even though he had a down season, I think people still value him as a shooter. I was a little shocked by that, too, because we were thinking, man, his value is down. HB's value is down. But, another man's, trash is one man's treasure. And I think another team can look at Kevin Huerter, sort of like Orlando may be looking at a Klay Thompson, let's say, and say, no, this guy can still shoot. And I believe Kevin Huerter can still be a valuable member of this team. He had a down year, but he wasn't the only one. And so it'll be interesting to see what happens. And, it seems to be that he does have value around the league.
A few weeks ago, Michael Malone was on. I think he was on with Rome, and he was answering that question. What are your needs this year? And he gets to shooting. He says, look, you can never have too much shooting.
Right.
And that's the thing. And it's true of every team in the NBA. And it's like pitching in baseball. No matter who you are, you can always use shooting. So assuming he can bounce back, he should be able to, because he's always been a good to excellent shooter. I guess there's going to be demand for. Are you buying that, Jay, that there's a lot of demand around the league for Kevin Huerter?
Yeah, I've always said that, not a lot, but I think there's a little bit. And I think we talked about it yesterday. He is someone that it has value coming off the bench, definitely in the NBA. I think here in Sacramento, his value is a little high, and we expected a little more. And so I think that's why the disappointment is a little more greater, fellas. But I think around the league, he's still a shooter. I think people here value him a lot more than he's valued throughout the league. But hey, come on, look at Buddy Hield. Right, he's a Buddy Hield factor. We talk about the new coach of the Los Angeles Lakers, fellas, JJ Redick. This dude at one point in time was signing 1 year, $24 million deals. Couldn't do nothing else but what?
Kyle Korver.
Yes. I mean, he's a perfect fringe guy for talking about Michael Malone and the Denver Nuggets. He's that perfect type of guy, especially if you lose a KCP, who's an unrestricted free agent. He's a perfect guy.
We have to alter our comparison of what the Kings have been offering. We've been saying, it's the Toyota
Corolla
LE.
Yeah.
No,
Jay still posted that. He posted that last night.
Yes,
Jay, I saw your post, Jay. Dissing my guy. Well, not all right. I don't want to say dissing my guys, but calling my guys the base package.
It is the base package. I know they're your guys, and I know you have personal relationships and things like that, so I respect that. But I'm just saying, and it's this, fellas, think about this.
And that's a very reliable and dependable
And
auto.
that's okay. There you go,
There
Whitey.
you go.
You're following where I'm going.
200,000 miles.
300,000 miles.
Yes.
fellas. The one thing about it is this. You know, with the Toyota, you're gonna be able to go 300,000 miles if you just if you keep the lubrication right. You do your 100-point checkups.
Right.
You change your tires properly, get those alignments, keep some cool gas in it, change your filters. You get what I'm saying, right?
Yes.
Smog it properly.
You
tune
take care
up.
of it, it'll take care of you.
Absolutely. That we know that. The other part of it is when you're driving around in a Toyota, fellas, who looks at you and turns their nose up? No one really. They're like, okay,
Right,
you got a little Toyota, you got a family car, you're doing all right. We know they're all about quality, not quantity, or that type of situation.
By the way, you and I both own Toyotas.
Yeah, I do own the
yeah,
Toyota.
yeah.
I have a Toyota. We both own the same version of the Toyota.
I know.
Yeah.
Same everything.
Toyota Avalon.
Yeah.
And so the point I'm making is this. When you try to resell that Toyota, most of the time people are like, okay, yeah, 2,500, 3,500, it's cool. I know it's going to get me from point A to point B. You try to trade it in. Drapes, you just traded in one of your cars.
Yep.
I won't say where, but you just, wheeled and dealed.
Yep.
You're trying to get the highest turn-in value, right?
Yes.
And so with a Toyota, it's like, okay, it's dependable. I know I'm going to be able to sell it. I'm buy it, drive it, whatever. But I'm not giving you top dollar for it. And that's what I'm saying. That's a long way of saying we know HB Herder, they're dependable. No one's turning your nose up at it, but it doesn't entice me to do anything. No one's running. No one thinks the Toyota Corolla is super cool, but guess what? It's going to get you from point A to point B.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we'll take a look at how Malik's decision is an affirmation for the whole organization when we come right back to Sactown Sports.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan sea salt body wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Cash out anytime to your bank account, PayPal, or e-gift card. Download the free Upside app now and use promo code GIFT for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill up. That's promo code GIFT.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're treating our Tropic Rewards members to a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order an app, online, or pop by the cafe for a little sip and chill. 3 cheers to our Tropic fam. Terms and conditions apply.
It's a myth to think you don't play golf well enough to get fitted for golf clubs. The professionals at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio would argue that playing the game with golf clubs properly fitted to your body and swing characteristics is the best way to improve your game and have more fun on the golf course. With a professional staff of fitters, all the major brands of equipment, and cutting-edge technology featuring TrackMan, the indoor-outdoor Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio is worth a look. See for yourself. Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway. Schedule your fitting at 916-808-2531. 808-2531.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
It's like a celebration already. Look at this, just on the chat here. People are so happy.
Yes.
Curtis Hicks. You're right, Curtis Hicks. Whitey, I told you Monk was staying. Image Rock. I'm a pessimist. Me telling myself he was leaving softened the blow if he actually left. It's a coping mechanism. A lot of people surprised. Somebody says, who was it? That Instagram post. Yeah, Lil Uzi Vert. Manny, that IG post fooled us all. Malik loves it here.
Yes.
Massive celebration.
UCE, use. Never been this happy off re-signing in a long time.
Yeah.
Right? We're about to have a parade out here for Malik Monk. I mean, this is massive. This is huge. This is Kings fans feeling themselves today, and rightfully so. Malik is a big part, and like we mentioned, he's arguably the most connected player on the team to the community. Like, people feel him out there.
Yeah, I think the real good news about this even though, as we all know, there's now the work just begins. But it's like an affirmation that this team came together. They did something really special 2 years ago. And for Malik, one of the key players in that, to say, all right, I'm re-upping.
Right.
It's an indication from inside that, you know what? There's belief in there.
Yes.
It's not just us hoping this team's good. It's someone in there who's been a part of it saying, yes, I'm on board with this continuing.
Instead of somebody running away and get me out of here as fast as you can.
Yes.
This is a guy that's saying, sign me up for more. I want to be a part of this. And can we just take a moment to call out all those people that wondered whether Mike Brown's and Malik's relationship and Mike re-signing Mike affect Malik and all that? That was all BS, right? Like, there was nothing ever to it. Those two guys have always been on the same page. They have a father-son, brotherly kind of relationship where they're going to butt heads, but the love has always been there. And so, let's put that to bed, put that to rest for sure.
Yeah, I think if anything, if Mike Brown had not stayed on, that Malik might have left.
Right.
I don't know, but that's more likely than him being upset that Mike Brown was staying. That made no sense.
Yeah, and the thing about it, if from a Malik standpoint, your best basketball seasons have come under Mike Brown. It made sense to want to stay here. You've had the most success you've had in your career from a personal standpoint, from a team standpoint. Why leave? Why to go to Detroit? Don't even have a coach right now. They just fired their coach. It didn't make sense. And so kudos to him. It reminds me sort of Naz Reid. Remember Naz Reid last year?
Yeah.
He could have got a lot more money on the open market, but he wanted to stay in Minnesota. Bobby Portis with Milwaukee a few years ago, right off a championship. He could have got more money from elsewhere. He decided to stay in Milwaukee because that's where he was comfortable.
So what does this mean? How does it impact the rest of the offseason plans for the Kings? It's just like okay, deep breath. We don't have as much work to do as we thought, but we still have a lot of work to do. So where do they go next?
I tell you what. If I'm Monty McNair, I'm operating of the belief that I still need 2 starters. I don't know what Malik's role is going to be with this team. I think a lot of people are just assuming, he's going to be a starter. I don't know about that, Whitey.
Yeah, I don't either. I know I said that yesterday. I was assuming if he stays, I must be part of it, but I don't think that's necessarily so.
Like, I don't know if they would make that sort of promise. What if Devin Booker all of a sudden became available and you make a trade? All right, sorry, Malik, now you got to go to and then you go back on your word. And so I still view Malik as a top-tier 6th man, maybe a starter. But if he's your 6th man, and I still think Zach LaVine is in play, Whitey, I'm not closing the door on Zach LaVine. I know everybody thinks, oh, man, if you get re-sign Malik, you're not going to go after. I think you re-sign Malik and you get Zach LaVine. And you also still need to address the power forward position. And so I would say probably if I was really, I did the D list a few weeks ago, and I had Zach LaVine number 1, I would probably flip it right now and put John Collins as my top guy, number 1 out there, unless you can get a Bobby Portis. I'm not a Kyle Kuzma guy like everybody else. I like Kuzma from an offensive standpoint, but I think a guy like John Collins, or even more so a Bobby Portis, if you could somehow pry him away from Milwaukee, gives you the rebounding, gives you the toughness, gives you a little physicality. Kuzma is more of a finesse player, and I think we have enough of those kind of guys. And so I would look at a Collins or a Bobby Portis if I can get him.
What do you think happens first? Your best guess. Kings win a championship, or we get round 2 of the D list? Kyle Draper comes up with his his follow-up to his D list.
Dude,
which happens first?
Here's the thing. You've known me for a while now, almost a year, Whitey. I don't just give away anything for free. The D-list was a one-time thing to try and get some sponsorship behind it. If my boys at Alsco Uniforms or Club Studio or somebody like that wants to attach themselves to the D-list, I could do it. No, it takes time to do the D-list, though. Like, I don't just make it up off the top of my head.
Which one happens first, Jay?
Definitely not the D list.
That's messed up, man. That's
for good reason.
Now you're gonna force me to do one. Now you're gonna force me to do it.
I'm not forcing you to do anything. I don't think you have to do one. I'm riding with you.
Nah, you know how it is, Jay.
It was such a hit.
You know when you got a new restaurant or something like that. You give away samples.
That's
You at
right.
the mall and they give you little samples.
You just closed your restaurant after one night.
I'm just
Opening
saying.
night.
I'm just.
No,
I
he
need
just
some
catered an
customers.
event. That's all
right.
right.
Right. Exactly. You know, I threw it out there. Wildly successful. Hugely successful.
That's why I bring it
And
up.
so
No question.
there will be another one. I'm just looking for some sponsorship opportunities. That's all.
I got you. Speaking of all these players that could be available, our buddy Jake Fisher, Yahoo,
Yes.
he wrote something today suggesting 2 players to keep an eye on. I believe that's the way he phrased it.
Okay.
He mentioned Kuzma and he mentioned Brandon Ingram again. I'm not seeing how that could work. What do you think of Brandon Ingram?
The problem, and I like Brandon Ingram. I think he's a great player. I would love to have him. Why would New Orleans do that?
New Orleans is looking to move him because they don't want to pay him. So they would do it if they got something back that they liked. We know that they wanted to get Şengün for him.
Right.
No, that was turned down.
What do we have that
Yeah,
you think they would like?
I have, let me show you this.
That Toyota Corolla LE?
This Corolla, low mileage.
Right. No, it's not going to happen. You know, that ship is sailed. It is. If we get Brandon Ingram, this will be reminiscent of the Celtics getting Kristaps Porzingis.
Yeah.
You know, or getting Drew Holiday or something like that. The Celtics fleeced a lot of teams. Can we fleece somebody? That would be nice. I would love that. Yeah, but that's the only way I see it happening. I don't feel like we have the assets to match up to get a guy like Brandon Ingram.
That was one of those reports that you really have to read closely because, like I said, it didn't say they're talking. It didn't say they've been in contact. They're revisiting things. It just said it was just his opinion. Keep an eye on these players. I'm with you. I don't think.
Right. He just
we'll keep an eye on it.
Keep
but I
an
don't think
eye.
anything's happened there. With
Right.
PI.
Yeah. It just doesn't make sense. And
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm okay. But if you look at a guy like Brandon Ingram, to me, he's a guy that comes to, if I'm a contender or somewhere close to that, he's a guy I would like. A team like Dallas, maybe. Can you swing a deal for Brandon Ingram? A team like Philadelphia. Can you imagine Maxey, Ingram, and Embiid? That would be a huge big 3. I don't know what they would have to offer. I'm just spitballing here.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, Brandon Ingram, you know, the Detroits of the world, the Charlottes, like they wouldn't be in on him because he's a free agent after this upcoming season. But I could see a team, a Milwaukee. How about Milwaukee? Throwing a Middleton, a Lopez, and a first or something. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here.
Yeah, just spitballing.
Yeah, you know, that could be a team that could make a move like that.
Compio says he didn't come here. He didn't re-up here, pardon me, to come off the bench. He didn't re-up to come off the bench.
How does Compio know?
He can still get the 6-man award. Reed won it last year, even though he started 10 games. Then Lil Uzi Burt says, nah, Malik is our starting 2-guard. No to Levine. Go get a forward upgrade from HB.
Do you like Malik as the starting 2-guard?
No. And I don't.
Okay.
I don't think it matters whether you like it or I like it or they like it. I don't think Mike Brown likes it, and I don't think it's going to happen.
Right. There was a reason why it never happened. Malik was here 2 years. Did we ever see him start, Whitey?
But a handful of times, right?
Yeah, that first year. But not this year. Kevin Huerter's out. Nope, I'm going Davion.
Yeah.
You know, Fox is out. Nope, I'm going Keon Ellis.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm Malik, and I know he wants to start, we all know that. But, dude, you're going to play 30 minutes a night. You're going to be on the floor at the end of the game. At the end of the game. And so when I look at this Kings team, we talked about it. We need to upgrade the talent. All we've done so far is run it back. Status quo.
You're 100% right. He has not started a game here in Sacramento in 2 years.
Think about that.
Not
In
at all.
2 years, Malik Monk, as great as he's been, Mike Brown has not started him once in 2 years, Whitey.
Mm-hmm.
So all of a sudden, we think just because he resigns, he's going to be the starter? That would be a promise that I just don't think a team would make. I don't know if the Kings would make, but it just doesn't make business sense to say, nope, you're our starter. Then you back yourself into a corner.
By the way, this is somewhat similar. I'm just reminded here. Before last season, the San Diego Padres, and they had shortstops all over the place, they signed Xander Bogaerts. And he wouldn't even have been their best shortstop. But they said, you sign here, you'll be the shortstop. And he was for 1 year.
And where did they move him?
This year they said, you're
third
playing
base.
second base.
Oh,
now.
second they moved him. All right. Yep.
But they did. So I don't know. I don't think the Kings would do that, make any such promise, which again just underscores how much Malik must want to be here. Less money. I'm not starting. Yeah, let's do it, guys. Sign me up.
I'm with you. Let me ask you this, though, because it just popped into my head. You re-sign Malik. Everything's good. Let's say you go trade for Zach LaVine. Does that signal anything to Malik at all? Or can you start Malik and Zach and Fox and if I'm Malik and then you go trade for Zach LaVine, does that make me feel a certain way?
No. Don't you think he probably has some idea what they're trying to do? Not that they tell him everything. He must have some idea of what they are attempting to do. And by the way, I hadn't thought of that. You could, right? LaVine has played 3.
Yes, that's
right?
what. Yes, he has played some 3, and so I think you can put Zach LaVine
a little smallish
at the 3, a little smallish,
especially
but
if Keegan's your 4. But you could do it.
Well, think about this too. I mean, when you look at a team like the Celtics, his first few years, Jaylen Brown was a 2 guard. All of a sudden, now he's a small forward alongside Jason Tatum. And so I think you can run LaVine out there at the 3 sometimes if you decide Malik Monk is your starting 2.
So who we talking to today, Jay, to get some idea of where this all is going? I know we're talking to
our boy Keith Smith coming up top of the hour.
Yeah. About to look at the cap situation.
Casey Johnson.
There you go.
That's the guy.
With the Chicago Bulls, right? He covers the Bulls.
Covers the Bulls, NBC Sports Chicago. So
yeah,
that's going to be a Zach LaVine half hour, 20 minutes, however long we go with. I can't wait for that.
Also, Kristen Peak to address the NBA draft, which again, are the Kings going to pick anybody? I don't know.
But then the draft has changed now, though. They're not picking a guard.
Right.
I think 100% fold. They're not picking a guard now, right, fellas?
Yeah, that's a good point. I would think not.
Yeah, because you got enough guards that you're trying to develop anyway. And so, but let me ask you this too. I know we got a break here coming up.
We're good.
But have we learned historically just take the best player available and then worry about positions after that?
Yep.
That could be something too.
When we come back, I don't know about you. I'm finally seeing what it is the Lakers are doing. We continue the celebration of Malik Monk re-upping with the Kings when we come back to Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It's finally Friday. We're on our way to some heat this afternoon. Plenty of sunshine for the day ahead, along with light winds. Highs will peak today in the upper 90s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
At Elk Grove Honda, we make sure every certified pre-owned Honda is one we buy from ourselves. Right now, you'll find interest rates as low as 1.99% APR on approved credit. See our certified pre-owned Hondas in the Elk Grove Auto Mall or online at elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
A-Team number 1.
What was I thinking?
Countless ACM and CMA awards. Sold out world tours. And now Dierks Bentley is coming to Sacramento for Country in the Park 2. September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo with Parmalee, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Plus line dancing, food trucks, and more. Tickets available now at CITBFest.com.
Brought to you by Bonnie Electrical Heating and Air and the U.S. Marines.
At Ashton & Price, we get injury victims to yes. Experience, yes. Ashton & Price has been around for over 25 years. No more insurance companies? Yes. Our clients focus on getting better and we handle all the rest. Results? Yes. We've collected over $100 million for injury victims. No fee until we win? Yes. Our clients pay nothing until we win. Ashton & Price, the best at getting to yes. Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave inviting you to make the switch to electric this spring and save big with American Energy. Stay ahead of those spiking energy bills this summer with up to $9,000 in rebates on a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. American Energy is providing huge rebates from SMUD as well as spring specials by installing one of many incredibly efficient AC options available to you right now. Get rid of those fluctuating gas bills in the winter and switch to year-round all-electric with American Energy. Let them perform a free in-home energy efficiency analysis and see where they can help you save for the warmer months ahead. These guys are the best. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Giants are grown at Sutter Health Park. The Sacramento Rivercats continue to fast-track talent to San Francisco, and you have the chance to see them here in Sactown first. Your Rivercats are home now through this Sunday. Visit rivercats.com to purchase tickets. We'll see you at the ballpark.
Hot summer savings now at Maida Chevy with $12,000 off MSRP on every new Silverado half-ton Turbo Max in stock after rebates.
$12,000 off every Silverado LT Turbo Max at Maida Chevy with at least 5 at this price.
Hot summer savings up to $12,000 off MSRP exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Together, let's drive.
Not available in special financing, lease, and some other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer and 7124.
Made a great deal at Maida.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
The ink isn't even dry on Malik's contract yet. He is nowhere near signing. He's not allowed to sign it yet. Right. And yet, already, we have people wondering and worrying and fretting about, oh, he's got to start. You got to start him. Why isn't he starting? Again. Well, we should be celebrating or at least expressing a great deal of relief that he's staying. Instead, oh, you got to, come on, Malik's got to be starting. Again, I thought we were done with that.
You're saying, calm down. Let's enjoy this moment before we.
Right.
Let's see how the roster shakes out, too. Let's not anoint people as starters just yet. Let's see what moves Monty makes here in the next couple of weeks.
Speaking of moves, Compios says, I think Sasha will be included in the Levine trade.
Mr. Bazenkov.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Man.
Because if it's a Levine trade, you got to put a lot of salaries on the table for them, right? Because he makes so much money. It's going to take like 3 guys.
Yeah, let me Zach LaVine this upcoming season, 43. 43. I think 18.
If you did like Barnes,
16,
and
34,
Herter, and Sasha,
you got to add that one more. Yeah, I think that would get it done financially. I refuse to pull up the ESPN trade machine to see if the money would work out. I got a brain. I can figure it out myself. So, yeah, I think
that's how I know it works. I went to the trade machine.
Did you?
Curtis Six's Drapes. Do you think we should still draft Jacoby Walter with the Malik Monk signing? I still believe he's the best overall option at 13. I also like Keshad Johnson at 45.
Ooh, okay. Oh, he's looking at second-round picks.
Dive.
I'm trying to figure out who we getting at 13. I would. I like Jacoby Walter. I think he could be a swing kind of guy, a 2-3 kind of guy, 6'5", 6'10" wingspan. And so I would definitely still take a look at him.
Martin says, Emmy on the Chicago Sports Chat. Yeah, if that's where Sasha ends up, Emmy will be.
They can
hang in there, Emmy.
That's hilarious, man. We got to let our counterparts out there in Chicago know if they get Sasha, Emmy is a package deal also.
Bang, bang, another gang. Oh, I would miss her if that happened.
That's funny.
LeBron James is expected to sign a 3-year deal worth $162 million.
Ooh.
Probably with the Lakers, maybe not. You know, if I were LeBron, I would go to the Philadelphia 76ers. Assuming they want him, which I think they do, and they have lots of cap space. Because I'm assuming he wants to get back to the funnels. And maybe not. Maybe at this point of his career, and Jay was saying this last week whenever we talked about it, maybe right now LeBron's like he'd like to win, but he's got other stuff with his family that's also a concern, and he wants to stay there. But if he wants to win, he's got to get to the East, doesn't he? That gives you your best chance to get to the finals.
Yeah, I agree with that. But then, and I have never even thought about LeBron in Philly, but that makes the most perfect sense.
Yes.
Because as great as Maxey is, he's not a guard that gets everybody involved. Can you imagine LeBron feeding Embiid and Maxey for shots? That makes, Whitey, did you just think of that?
Last week I thought of that.
Did you really?
Yes.
It makes way too much sense. If Philly was the Clippers, like on the other coast, it would make perfect sense. The only issue is, would he go back east? But from a basketball standpoint, That's the best opportunity for him.
Mm-hmm.
Pairing with Embiid and Maxey,
right?
My gosh, you talk about a big three.
And I know Boston is a huge green roadblock, but other than Boston, the path to get to the finals in the East is not as cluttered. So,
and when you bring a guy like LeBron on your team, that lightens the load for everybody else. Embiid doesn't always have to go out and get 40. Maxey doesn't have to run the offense. He could be a finisher. That makes way too much sense, Whitey. That's a good one right there.
And as you said yesterday, thank you. You pointed out that they have, 5 guys under contract or something, because that's what they're doing. They're trying to fill the roster with LeBron or whomever they can get.
A big fish.
Yeah.
They're trying to get a big fish. And you saw the report yesterday that Sham said the Sixers were cooling off on their pursuit of Paul George. And so maybe they have their eyes set on somebody else. Can you imagine? That would change the balance of power in the East.
Yes.
Everybody's talking about the Celtics as a dynasty. If LeBron went to Philly, he's the guy they need to get over the hump.
But maybe that's why they hired his best podcast buddy to be the head coach. To make sure he
stays here, stays in L.A. Man, Campio, could you imagine LeBron on the Knicks? Could you imagine LeBron on the Spurs? Could you imagine LeBron on the Mavs? I guess LeBron does. Can you imagine LeBron on the Kings? That would make us contenders in the West,
can't
right?
quite do it.
You
I'm
can't
trying.
do it? You can't. Please, man.
Yeah, I just can't quite get myself to do that. It would obviously be a lot of fun.
Yes.
Sensational. It looks to me like the Lakers with J.J. Redick, they're not only planning for, just hunkering down with what are we going to do LeBron's last few years. They're trying to find a guy that is that visionary to take them in to the post-LeBron era. And they're hoping it's J.J. Redick. Good luck with that. But finally I understand, okay, I see what they're doing.
Yeah, they're looking for that guy to sort of, in the mold of a Ime Udoka, in the mold of a Joe Mazzulla, in the mold of a Jamal Mosley, Willie Green, somebody young that, can coach not just now and the players you have now, but they're hoping this is their next great Lakers coach. And no offense to Darvin Ham or Frank Vogel or anybody like that, but J.J. Redick comes with a certain different feel, I think, to it. Like, I never looked at Darvin Ham as the long-term answer, Frank Vogel as the long-term answer. J.J. Redick, I don't know, but he could be, especially, man, if he can navigate this LeBron situation, get to the Western Conference Finals a couple of years, maybe win a championship, then he could write his own ticket and stay in L.A. for a long time.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't know if they're right, but it's pretty clear now. All right, I see what their thinking is. Could be erroneous, but they do have a plan in place. As for the Kings, Strapes, it seems to me now the Mike Brown situation was a little hectic, at least on our end of it. He's there. Malik stays. Now you got your house in order. It's like, all right, here we go. Let's go get some work done.
I'm with you on that because, to use the house analogy, it's like you got a 3-bedroom house. You don't know if your oldest is coming back and staying with you or not. Now all right, that bedroom's taken care of. I don't need to go out there and sublet and look for somebody to rent the room. Now I can focus on these other 2 bedrooms. And so to your point, you're right. You got the coach, you got your star 6-man, and I love the fact that Monty was able to get all of this done before the draft on Wednesday and before free agency. Now you go in with a clear mind. You don't have to worry, oh, man, are we going to have Malik or not? You're going to have him. So now you can make whatever moves you want accordingly. Do you now want to just prioritize the power forward position? Go out there and swing for a Portis or a John Collins or somebody like that, And so now you have a firmer view of what you need.
If the reports are true, and I'm trying to find the wording on one of them, which was the Kings are scouring the market. Who exactly wrote that? Somebody wrote that the Kings are scouring the market.
Scouring.
Yeah. And that certainly appears to be what's going on. If that's true, why didn't they do that at the deadline last year? Why didn't they do that last offseason? Or did they, and they just didn't come up with anything?
Well, that's a great question, because let me ask you this, too, as we deep dive into this. I could argue the Kings' assets were stronger last offseason, stronger trade deadline than they are right now. So why didn't something get done? If whatever package he's offering wasn't good enough back then, do we really think it's good enough now? to get some of the Jeremy Grant, let's say, or a Kyle Kuzma, if you will. Like, and that's what concerns me, is the Toyota Corolla LE package, even, it got more miles on it now. Mm-hmm. At least last year, it was fresh, brand new, coming off a 48-win season. Everything's hunky-dory as the season went on. Now that thing has about 75 to 100,000 miles. You might not be able to get, what you are hoping. And so that's a good question. Why didn't it get done then? And might you have to sweeten it up a little bit too?
Mm-hmm. My guess would be that they were after Pascal Siakam last year, and they were after OG, and they didn't get those guys, and they felt the rest of them we don't really need. Then after the way the season ended, they had to pivot as an organization and go, all right, our core group, we don't think that it's going to get us as far as we hoped. So we're going to have to reevaluate where we're going to get the help we need. Mm-hmm. And that's where they are. That's my guess.
Yeah, maybe. So their focus was more so on the Raptors guys. Those were the guys they wanted to plug in. Mm-hmm. And now that the season is over, we're looking forward to next season.
And they didn't even get into the playoffs.
Right. And I think too, to your point, we're talking about the John Collins, the Grants of the world. Pascal, I'd rather have him than any of those. So that was their target. And when that fell back, they saw it, all right, we'll stand pat and then swing again this summer. Mm-hmm. And so what this shows me, too, this Malik Monk situation, Monty knows it's time to get to work. First priority of business, re-sign Malik. Check. Now you go down to your next priority. You got the draft coming up. I firmly believe that come draft night, we're going to have some fireworks. I think so.
Yeah. Yep. It's going to be fun when we come back. Well, I want to remind you, Keith Smith,
our guy,
capologist, top of the hour. When we come back, the Kings, they are actively scouring the trade market for what? For whom? Next on Sactown Sports.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, what's going on for Chrysler's Make This the Summer event?
Well, it boils down to this one question. Do you want a great deal? Hoblet has it. Right now, you can save up to $13,500 off MSRP on remaining new 2023 Dodge Challenger or Dodge Charger, starting as low as $25,595. There's just a handful left, and after this month, it's all done.
So this is it. After this month, the savings are all gone.
Yep. So if you've been putting it off, but you've dreamt about getting one of these cars, you better stop by Hoblet Dodge in historic downtown Woodland fast.
You won't find a bigger selection or better deals on the vehicle you want than Hoblet Dodge right now. Don't miss your opportunity. Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$13,500 total net savings after $89.20 factory rebates and $45.80 dealer discount. At least 10 of this net savings. $25,595 net price after $64.20 factory rebates. Rebates may include $500 first responder bonus cash. You must be current member of First Responder Association. VIN number 607-624. See dealer for details.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Hey, Sacramento, get ready to rock, groove, and have a blast with the Sactown Sports live events calendar. It's an unbeatable lineup of shows you won't want to miss. First up at Thunder Valley on June 22nd, don't miss NSYNC and Backstreet stars Joey Fatone and AJ McLean as they bring back the hits. On June 28th, it's country sensation Lee Brice lighting up the stage, all at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. And check out your Live Nation lineup on August 4th. Don't miss the Outlaw Music Festival at Toyota Amphitheater, featuring Willie Nelson, Bob Dylan, and John Mellencamp. On August 15th, catch Donnie Osmond at Hard Rock Live Sacramento. And then on August 22nd, Creed Fisher takes the stage at Ace of Spades. And coming up September 10th, enjoy the timeless sounds of the Doobie Brothers at Toyota Amphitheater. Visit livenation.com for all your ticket information. And stay tuned to Sactown Sports for exclusive updates and your chance to win tickets.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Since 1776, July 4th has been celebrated as the birth of American independence, but it's been a federal holiday only since 1941. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. It was a mere 7 years later when the Keys family opened their first Naturewood store in Sacramento, and I guess Northern Californians have been celebrating ever since. We celebrate an incredible selection of furniture brands made right here in America. We celebrate the kind of generous hometown hospitality that was important to Walter Keys in 1948 and continues with the Keys family and the Naturewood Home Furnishing staff today. And we celebrate the kind of quality that's been synonymous with Naturewood for all these 76 years. Look for Made in America brands like Stanton, Sam Moore, Stickley, Hilltop Hickory, Simply Amish, and more during the Naturewood 4th of July sale event. Find the furniture that you will celebrate for years to come. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Increase leads and get more customers. We create tailored digital marketing strategies that deliver results. On your next campaign, aim higher. Go to aimyourdigital.com and get started today. aimyourdigital.com.
Sponsored by Xfinity. Enjoy the entertainment you love with the Xfinity Stream app. Turn any screen into a TV and take the entertainment you love wherever you go. Xfinity, we connect you to more of what you love.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
It's a big, big Friday as we celebrate the fact that Malik Monk intends to stay in Sacramento. How does that impact the Kings cap situation? Keith Smith will join us top of the hour with more on that. Before we get any further, Drapes and Jay, I just wanted to really quickly say something about that game last night, the Cardinals and the Giants, Rickwood Field. I just really want to say thank you to Reggie Jackson. I've never been a huge Reginald Martinez Jackson guy. Great player. Can be kind of a prickly person, but last night, everything was just kind of wrapping everything up in this gauzy sense of, let's celebrate the Negro Leagues. And people were, I thought baseball, they didn't want to deal with why we had Negro Leagues in the first place, which is terrible, obviously. And Reggie talked about that, talked about being there as a young player in Alabama, how difficult it was, to say the least. And I just felt like, all right, finally someone actually addressed that. So thank you to Reggie Jackson for his, I don't know if you saw his speech last night.
I saw that.
Yeah, and it was the guys that were on the set with him didn't know how to react. They're like laughing at parts like, dude, that's not funny. But I just wanted to say thank you to Reggie Jackson for going there and forcing us all to, face the real backdrop of that whole thing last night.
Yeah, and he basically said, if he had to do it all over again, he wouldn't do it. Like, just the racism. Wouldn't wish it on anybody. The racism that he endured down there. I think it was Alex Rodriguez that asked him a question about, going through all that. And do you feel, how does it feel coming back to a place where it all started for you and all this? And he's like, man, let's keep it real. It's sort of like Bill Russell in Boston. Yeah. When you look at it, some of the things that happened to him, like Bill Russell, he would come to, but it wasn't a love affair and it wasn't romantic, coming back or anything like that. A lot of tough memories, a lot of scars that Bill Russell and Reggie Jackson had to go through.
Yeah, that most of us couldn't even imagine. So anyway, I appreciated that. And by the way, did you watch any of that? Did you see when they had the black and white, like old style? They showed it. I didn't see it. It was weird. Jay and I had it on in there when the show was over. And they were showing it in black and white with camera angles that they used to have in the 50s. And Jay and I were going, what is this? Well, apparently people loved it.
Really?
Yes. And the graphics, they didn't have graphics because way back when there were no graphics. And we were saying that, well, this is a brilliant idea. But from what I read this morning, a lot of obviously older people, I guess, just love it.
No, I didn't get a chance to see it. You're like, nah.
Not necessary. Not necessary. Anyway, as we move on with the Kings and get excited now about more fireworks to come. Yesterday was incredibly eventful for a day in which nothing actually happened. I mean, Malik can't actually do anything yet, right? But for a day in which nothing happened, wow, we had a lot to kick around.
A lot of news yesterday, a lot of stuff to talk about. The J.J. Redick situation, Alex Caruso being moved. And I was telling somebody earlier, I'm like, how come the Malik news didn't happen when we were on the air? Like, why does it happen at night when the station's off the air? We're on from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Come on, Malik.
Come on, Woj. So somebody drop some news while we're doing our show. So,
yeah, didn't take them long, did it?
Not at all. Not at all. It was fun, man. And I don't know, did you, head to Twitter when the news came out, but just seeing, Kings fans come out the woodwork, and celebrate this re-signing. I mean, it was great to see. I kept refreshing the timeline, scrolling down, looking, and you could just see the energy that Malik brings to this city and the love that the fans have for him.
Yeah, like I've said a number of times already, to me, a big part of it is just the relief that Kings fans feel over the fact that you don't have to deal with his departure.
Yeah.
What about the first time he comes back and what kind of tribute?
Right.
It's like, no, he's staying when he didn't have to.
You know who the happiest person in the Sacramento region is?
It might be Malik, I hope, but who?
It's our boy Emran that's coming on at 5 o'clock. Remember, he had all those signed Malik Monk jerseys.
That's right.
I'm sure he's going to talk about that later at 5. But man, those things finally they went up in value. They could have plummeted had he signed elsewhere. So he's the happiest guy out here.
But Jay, you're holding off on a parade, huh? With the Malik signing?
Oh yeah. We're just thankful for him.
Okay.
Shouts out to him. Glad, he got what is deserved. Glad with his family. He's put in a lot of work. And I'm more happy for Malik than, as much as we are fans and we want to celebrate this. And of course we should. I'm definitely more happy for Malik and his family, man. So I'm gonna hold off. I'm still holding off because I think there's still still work to do.
Yeah, nothing against Malik, but they already had Malik.
Yeah, he's here. He's part of his family already.
So Jay's not waving a flag and celebrating and, not making trips, plans for the NBA Finals.
He's more tip of the cap, right? All right.
Yeah. All right. Nice work. Okay.
100%,
All right. Okay. I give you that. All right. I'm with you on that, Jay.
Here's what is being said about the Kings actively scouring the trade market. Our buddy Evan Sittery. Keep an eye on Ingram and Kuzma. It's involving the Kings. Kings scouring the market. Keep an eye on Ingram and Kuzma. Now, that's, as I said earlier, that's a far cry from the Kings are talking to the Pelicans about Ingram and talking to Washington about Kuzma. But this is obviously an educated guess at what might happen. I don't get the Ingram thing.
You don't get it.
I just don't see how it quite adds up.
From
the standpoint of how could the Kings
acquire him asset-wise?
And if you did, he wants to re-up. He wants the max deal, which I don't know if the Kings could even give him that. He wouldn't want to come here. So. He'd almost be like a rental. That's what I'm not keeping an eye on.
Yeah, I don't think we'd be able to max him out. So you're right about that. I think really the best case for him is to become an unrestricted free agent and see what the market dictates out there. Yeah, I don't think the Ingram thing. I think the Kuzma thing has more legs to it. Makes more sense from a Kings standpoint, his contract situation, more years than Ingram has. Washington's a rebuilding team. Here's the question. I always, because Kings fans, I get it. We want all the great players to come here and everything like that. But what are we giving up? Is Washington willing to accept what Jay calls the Toyota Corolla LE package? Is that enough?
They might be if I can throw in enough draft capital. Because that's clearly a
probably
team
two draft picks, right? First rounders, right?
Right. Because a team like that, look, HB, we love HB. By the time we're any good, he won't be playing anymore, right? If you're Washington,
right.
So it just doesn't really help them. So they need young players or they need draft capital,
right?
And
we don't have young players, right?
Right.
That
We have one, and we don't want to trade him.
And that's why we couldn't get Caruso, because Josh Giddey, 21, still has upside, still has promise. Who are our guys that can turn into all-star level players, potential? Just Keegan Murray, and we're not trading him. So the Kuzma thing, while it may make sense from a King standpoint, I question the kind of package we can offer even for Kuzma.
Yeah, the second player on your list, right? Let's say someone wants your young players. Who do you have? Well, we don't want to trade Keegan. I mean, Keon's probably second on your list, right?
Right, from a young player standpoint, and no offense to him, he doesn't have value right now. And nobody, the young players that
Colby's probably third.
Colby, does Davion have some value?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah,
Sure.
Davion would have, a good defensive guy. A guy that can muck it up a little bit.
Hasn't found it yet here,
Still
but
have
it
it
flashes
maybe
here and
somewhere else. Yeah. And so that's what I wonder. So our most valuable assets, well, I guess if Kevin Huerter is to believe to be a high asset, but I was going to say maybe 2 draft picks we'd have to give up. And would you do that to get a Kyle Kuzma? 2 first-rounders.
If I can still get your guy as well, yeah, I would.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it would.
I don't know if we could. Yeah, I don't know.
It sounds like there's a lot more interest in Zach LaVine than I wanted to believe.
From the Kings?
Or
just in general?
I thought the Kings have an avenue here because no one else really wants them. But it sounds like, no, there's legitimate interest in them.
Utah, Philly,
Yeah,
but, depending on who you believe. If I'm the Lakers, I wouldn't be opposed to taking a look at a guy like Zach LaVine to pair with LeBron and AD. And so I still think he has some value. And I know Carmichael Dave earlier did this whole
Who's that?
Some Yahoo. I don't even know where he is. He's down south. The guy's doing a show from the pool. I need to get that kind of deal and get Jose to hook me up with that. I'll tell you that. But he did this deep dive on, Zach LaVine, out of 800 games, he's only played in 500 and something. And we broke it down yesterday. Zach LaVine has been more durable over the last 5 seasons prior to this last one than Brandon Ingram.
Yeah, we're going to get to the bottom of this Zach LaVine injury prone or not deal with Casey Johnson at 4.
Can't
but when
wait.
we come back, NBA capologist Keith Smith on what the Malik deal means for the Kings. Do they still have the MLE? We find out next on Sactown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Sheer insanity mixed with adrenaline and horsepower bring you the most exciting action-packed weekend during the NorCal Stampede. This is round 1 of the 2024 West Coast Ultra 4 USA Series. All day Saturday, June 29th at Prairie City. Come join us for some of the most extreme high-speed rock racing action with drivers tackling a course riddled with crazy jumps and punishing rock obstacles. This race will be the only West Coast qualifier for the King of the Hammers. Tickets are only $30 at the gate, and camping is also available. Prairie City SVRA in Rancho Cordova. Be there.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, what are you doing up on the step stool?
About to clean these light fixtures. The whole family's coming over. And if there's even a speck of dust in the house, my abuela will find it.
Here, I got a Swiffer duster to help with that.
A Swiffer what?
A Swiffer duster. It has this cool extendable handle that reaches 6 feet to get high and low, with fluffy dusters that easily trap and lock dust.
So no more step stool?
No more step stool.
Easily trap and lock dust from hard-to-reach places with the Swiffer Duster. Love it or your money back.
My good friends, Dr. Jack Friedlander and Dr. Pash in Roseville and in San Francisco are offering not only confidence, not only security, but also the ability, if you ain't insecure, to go from the roster to the all-star team. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about UpsizeMatters.com. Time after time, vote after vote, circumference, or as we call it, girth, is consistently ranked as the most important attribute. And Dr. Jack and Dr. Pash can give you a free consultation. The procedure can be done on the same day as your consultation with immediate results. It's non-surgical. It's virtually pain-free, safe, effective, long-lasting, semi-permanent, and doctor-performed. For more information, go to UpsizeMatters.com. Go to UpsizeMatters.com. Make that change. Make the all-star team. Get your girth on.
Get ready to fuel your spirit of adventure with Kia Vacaville Summer Sticker Sales Event. It's time to crank up the excitement, calling all thrill seekers. Are you ready for an adrenaline-packed journey? Introducing the Kia Telluride, the ultimate companion for your next adventure. Picture this: blazing trails through uncharted territories, conquering the wild with the power and precision of the Kia Telluride. With Kia Vacaville, you can join the expedition and experience the thrill of off-road exploration like never before. With its rugged design and cutting-edge features, the Kia Telluride is your passport to unforgettable adventures. Don't let this opportunity pass you by. Head to Kia Vacaville today and gear up for the adventure of a lifetime during their summer sticker sales event. Your adventure starts now. Kia Vacaville, where every journey is an adventure. Visit Kia Vacaville today. Model availability, lease options, and features may vary. Please visit Kia Vacaville for more details.
Michael Dave here for Capital Casino. Sacramento Summertime Heat is back. And of course, Cap Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, wants to invite everyone to soak up some air conditioning, still with the most variety of table games in the region. And as always, the best food, best service, and the best action, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Capital Casino, of course, reminding everyone to please make sure you gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dawn or dusk, I'm on the hunt. Skeeter here, Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District, and I'm wearing Skeeter Vision, night vision goggles that light up skeeters at dawn or dusk like the 4th of July. Mosquito, 12 o'clock. Got him. So fight the bite by wearing long sleeves and pants at dawn or dusk when they're most active. Apply insect repellent and drain stagnant water. It's a breeding ground.
Dawn or dusk, the Sacramento Yolo Mosquito and Vector Control District reminds you to fight the bite. For more information or to report problems, go to fightthebite.net.
At the Good Feet store, we take pain very seriously. Whether in the foot, knee, hip, or back, Good Feet makes over 300 styles, flexibilities, and sizes of pain-relieving arch supports. With 26 bones, 30 joints, and over 100 muscles, tendons, and ligaments in each foot, a lot can go painfully wrong. So there's a trained arch support specialist at each Good Feet store to give you a precision fit. Come in for a free fitting and test walk. No appointment necessary. Good Feet arch supports are HSA, FSA eligible.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Vacaville. Online at goodfeet.com.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Sactown Sports.
In Sacramento, giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
We all love the NBA, right? I mean, love the NBA.
Love
especially
the
on a day
NBA.
like this. Well, our next guest is going to join us here. According to legend, he loves the NBA so much that in 2020, he quit his job to cover the NBA.
Get out of
Is that
here.
True. We'll find out. NBA capologist from Spot Track, Keith Smith, with us. Keith, is that true, sir?
Yeah, that's 100% true. I was covering the NBA part-time. I had a 20-year career with Disney, and 3 weeks before the Rudy Gobert shut the NBA season down, I left my 20-year career to cover the NBA full-time. So it was, my timing.
Perfect timing. Perfect timing.
yeah, absolutely.
Wow. But it's all worked out for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's all worked out. I'm living the dream now, so it all ended up okay in the end.
Wow. Yeah, we appreciate your time very much. Let's start with this. Malik Monk now, the reports are that he has agreed he's going to re-sign as soon as he can with the Kings. What then would the Kings have to do to retain the MLE? Because I believe they're just barely over the threshold now.
Yeah, so what this once they re-sign Malik Monk, they're going to be about $1 million or so into the tax, which is not a big deal. That's very easily to get out of that. To retain the full MLE, here's the challenge: you have to be below the first apron because you get hard capped at the first apron if you use that. So that's where it's going to get a little tight for the Kings to open that up. They probably have to do another move where they get off a little bit of salary to open that up, because as it stands, after re-signing Malik Monk, they'll probably be about $6.3 million or so under that first apron. Full MLE is about $12.9 million. So if you can get off a little bit more salary, you could get under enough to use that full MLE, and then you put yourself into the tax, but you're under the first apron. So doable, not impossible. We'll see how that comes together.
Hey Keith, help me out on this. Can they structure it in terms of weight on the Malik Monk signing, and use the MLE and then re-sign Malik? Can they do something like that?
Yeah, unfortunately you can't. So what happens is once you use the non-tax MLE and you give a contract that can only be given out, a contract that's greater than what can be given using the tax MLE, so either more money or more years, you now hard cap yourself at that first apron. So what that would mean is they could use the MLE first, but then they'd have to lessen what they can give Malik Monk, again, unless they get off some other money if they do that. But once you're hard capped or once you're over that, you're going to lock yourself into that hard cap number.
NBA capologist Keith Smith is with us from Spot Track. There's been a lot of speculation here about Zach LaVine coming here. We don't know much, except apparently the two sides have talked, so it's a possibility. So, Keith, what kind of havoc would Zach LaVine's deal, or I shouldn't say havoc, maybe it's workable. What kind of impact would his deal have on the Kings salary structure?
Yeah, if you made a trade for Zach LaVine, so now this is where, in this new CBA, it used to be very few things would subject you to a hard cap. Now in the new CBA, if you do it, kind of a lot of different things, you end up hard capped at either the first or the second apron. So in the Kings case, they're not going to be able to make a trade for Zach LaVine straight up. They don't have the salary structure to be able to do that. So what they would have to do is aggregate a couple guys or combine a couple of salaries together. I'm just going to use the ones that have been kind of thrown around in reporting, so like Harrison Barnes and Kevin Huerter, and then maybe somebody else gets thrown in the mix there, and that's how you get a guy like Zach LaVine. What that would do is that would actually hard cap the Kings at the second apron. So again, you're putting a little bit of a restrictor on yourself. Now you've got enough room, you should be able to do that and re-sign Malik Monk. But now you're talking about you're probably doing a 2-for-1 at least, or maybe a 3-for-1 kind of trade, and you're going to have to fill out the roster. What that would mean is you're kind of a little top heavy in money. You'd have LaVine and Fox and Sabonis, and then you'd have Monk, kind of a mid-range contract, and then you'd have a lot of guys on the lesser contracts, and you're probably filling out with veteran minimums.
Keith, how much of this has to do with what the owner is willing to spend? And I've asked you this because, we watched the parade earlier today. I'm looking at all the money Wick Grossbeck and the Boston Celtics are throwing out, and we don't touch them in terms of cap space and salary. How are they able to do that? Or is it just an ownership preference thing? Like, you know what? I'm going all in, second apron. It doesn't matter. I'm spending the money.
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. Now, what the Celtics did was, so when the new CBA came in, the NBA, as they've done in years past, they kind of gave everyone, what I like to call it's a gap year, or I like to call it a get your books in order year. But what the Celtics did and the Suns did and the Bucks did, they said, well, this is the last year we could really load up and completely load up money on our cap sheet. So that's what they did. Boston went out, they made the Porzingis trade, they then made the Holiday trade, and they took a bunch of money on this year. So that's the difference. They weren't subject to any kind of hard caps because those rules now flow in this year. That's one of the new changes that is coming in this year. So in the Kings case, they wouldn't even be able to get to that level, but there is a level of just general spending. So like I said, Malik Monk, re-signing him as it stands today without any further moves, the Kings are a little bit into the tax. That's ultimately an ownership decision. If they're willing to go into the tax that way, that's fine. No issue with that. And then down the line, if you re-sign another guy and then re-sign another guy, now all of a sudden that's how you end up with these teams that are 20, 30 million deep into the tax and have those big tax bills. Where what they cut off in the new CBA was the ability for, I'll call it a new tax team, to go and create a super team out of nowhere like that. They put all these kind of hampers on these teams and restricted the ability to do that pretty greatly.
And Keith, what would the tax actually be on the Kings if they decided, we'll go into the tax? What are they paying per dollar?
Very minimal. Right now, they're so low, it's about $1 for dollar.
Okay.
Because they're only about $1 million into it. And then once you fill out the roster, you'd probably be about $6, $7 million in. Generally, anytime you're within $5 to $10 million over the tax, I look at that as that's a salary dump or two away from getting out of the tax entirely. Right. Here's the really important thing with that. You don't need to be out of the tax day one of the offseason, day one of the regular season. You're really only going to be out of the tax by the trade deadline. That's your real last chance to get off of money. And at that point, if you get out of the tax, they figure the tax off your end-of-year salary. So if you're a little into the tax at the beginning of the year, no big deal. You get out of it later.
Keith, do the Kings have limited flexibility, limited in terms of things they could do cap-wise? You mentioned the MLE and with Malik signing, you only get a partial bit of that. Are we kind of limited? I'm looking at Zach LaVine and big name guys. Should we focus on, smaller contracts out there?
It kind of depends. I mean, they have the ability to go make a big trade like that. Their challenge is then like I said, you're probably talking a 2 or 3 for 1 kind of deal. And then you're filling out the rest of the roster with minimums. And we saw with Phoenix, that did not go well for them this year. They were very top heavy and then had a whole lot of guys on the minimum. And when you start playing veteran minimum roulette, you might hit on 1 or 2, but you're not going to hit on all of them. And that becomes a little bit of your problem. So if you're the Kings, if you're looking at it more and saying, hey, we're kind of running it back right now with the guys we have. We like this group. Maybe you make a smaller deal or two and try to get guys in that way. Then you're not necessarily bumping up against the hard caps that would be created or anything like that. Then maybe you can even get in a position where, all right, we made a smaller deal. Now we can use some of the MLE, and that's how we flesh out our roster a little bit around our draft pick, too.
We're talking with Keith Smith. He's an NBA capologist with Spot Track. The new CBA, Keith, and I know this is a very ignorant question, but does it make a contract like Keegan Murray's even more valuable since he's a player the Kings drafted in the first place?
Yeah, it can, and especially as you get into where the Kings are, they're probably headed in the next couple of years as being a more expensive team. It makes it very vital that you hit on those draft picks. For example, we talked about Boston before. If Boston, they've got a couple older players, and they want to try to replenish the roster behind those guys, if they still remain very expensive, which they're highly likely to do, because they're going to extend Jason Tatum, they're probably going to extend Derek White, you're going to be really expensive. You have to nail your draft picks. That can be hard. Obviously, they're picking 30th this year. And if you're picking 20 and below, that can be tricky. But if you keep nailing those draft picks, you keep bringing in that cost-controlled lower salary, and that puts you in a much better place.
Talking to Keith Smith here on the Drive, guys. Keith, De'Aaron Fox, when is he extension eligible?
Yeah, he'll be extension eligible this summer. Now, for him, his spot's a little complicated because he's not necessarily in a place where he may want to delay extending because De'Aaron Fox has 2 years left on his deal. He has this upcoming year and 1 more year. He could add 4 more years onto his contract right now. But what he may want to do is wait 1 more year, then he can add 5 more years potentially. And if he makes all NBA again, you're pushing him into a 5-year supermax. So he may be somebody who says, you know what, let me delay on doing this extension right now. Let me wait. Rather than adding 4 years, let me wait till I can add 5. And maybe I can add 5 at that 35% of the cap number. And then that way I'm kind of, really cashing in. Where, I like to say, like, compare him to like Jamal Murray. Jamal Murray hasn't necessarily played at that level. He's never even been an all-star, never mind all-NBA. He might be better off taking whatever's offered to him right now, locking that money in. Where De'Aaron Fox has been at that level, I could see him saying, you know what, let me bet on myself getting back up to that level, and I'll be able to cash in even bigger a year from now.
Keith, I have a two-parter regarding the Sixers for you, if I may.
Okay.
We know the Sixers, what they're doing here, they don't have many players under contract because they're going big game hunting, supposedly. A, how unusual is that? I don't recall seeing teams doing that before. More to the point here, B, given how few players they have under contract, wouldn't that make it difficult for them to swing a trade for Zach LaVine?
Yes and no to that second part. So I'll answer both parts. So for a cap nerd like me, this is amazing. Like they've got two guys really kind of on their books that matter. It's Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey. Now the difference is when other teams have been even close to a situation, it's like two guys who are maybe on their rookie contracts and the team stinks. This is a team that has eyes on, hey, we get this right, we're title contenders. So this is a whole new thing that we've never seen before. So they could have, very easily well over $60 million in cap space, which is go sign a player to a max deal and still have some spending power left over on the backside of that. So that makes it a very unique situation. Now, for a guy like Zach LaVine, it makes it hard because the Sixers aren't going to be able to necessarily send players back to the Bulls in a trade like that. But if they wanted to trade for him, what they can offer the Bulls is, hey, rather than taking back a player or two whose contract maybe you don't really like, if you want completely out of Zach LaVine's contract, like $43 million plus off your salary sheet right now, we can do that because they can just absorb him in the cap space.
Ooh,
now that means
that's a big trade exception, huh?
Yeah, it would be a massive trade exception for the Bulls for sure. Now they'd have to supplement that trade with draft picks, and that also gets a little tricky for Philadelphia because they are out some draft picks. But that could be a doable thing if Chicago looks at it more of, hey, let's just get off some money. Let's go that direction.
Wow, man, that's interesting. That's good stuff right there. Our guy Keith Smith joining us here, Sactown Sports, the Drive guys. Keith, when you look at some of the other lesser big name guys like a Kuzma, like a John Collins, are those guys' contracts easy to move at this point, you think?
Yeah, pretty easy. Really, because of where we're at now in the NBA, it used to be if you were over $25 million, that was considered to be a really big contract. Now the really big contracts are like $40 million plus, just where contract growth. Those two guys are in the mid-20s. Those are very easy numbers to move. You can almost get there in a one-for-one type of swap with the salary matching.
Keith Smith, check him out on Twitter. Covering the NBA, he's a capologist for Spot Track. Keith, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. We still haven't quite digested everything you've told us, but we learn a lot. Thank you, and we hope you have a great weekend. We'll talk to you soon.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, Keith.
Very
All right,
welcome.
man.
Yeah, that's some heavy stuff. And the thing is, he rattles it off.
Let me just say, I don't know how you've come out of this. I'm not feeling good
about Zach LaVine.
My boy Zach LaVine. I'm off the Zach LaVine bandwagon. I'm off that.
Wait, what?
I'm off that.
That's almost a breaking news sounder.
Yeah.
Tidbit.
You know what? I was all in on Zach LaVine. It makes total sense from a basketball, but I can't see this team getting hard capped that way. You get Zach LaVine, you can't do much else. Now, like Keith said, now you're filling out the roster with minimum guys. And so I'm not in on that. Maybe you could swing another trade and get a Kuzma or something. But I think I need to, because of the financials, give up on Zach LaVine. We're looking at a $20 to $30 million guy, not a $43 million guy.
So it is the money. We talked a lot about the money.
Yes.
And we were saying, who cares? It's not our money. But the way these rules are set up
now,
and
the Malik situation
really
now,
limited if you spend that much.
It changes things. Yeah, I mean, we're already in the tax. And, you bring in a guy like Zach LaVine, and sure, you're trying to make the money work and everything like that. But, wow, that according to Keith, that hampers you from, some things that you can do. And I'm out on Zach LaVine right now. Dude, I'm hurting right now.
I can't believe
because
it.
He was the perfect fit. And when I say I'm out on Zach LaVine, I'm saying I don't think the Kings would do that.
Yeah.
Yes, not saying I wouldn't do it. I'm saying from an organizational standpoint, I don't think they would do something like that. And so I'm looking at a John Collins or, Jeremy Grant's at like what, 28 million or something like that. Kyle Kuzma. The 43 and then the 47 that Zach LaVine, I think that's too rich for the organization's blood. And so I'm taking Zach LaVine off the D list.
Yeah, and if you're the Bulls, that Sixer deal looks kind of enticing, doesn't it?
Can you imagine? All right, you get a bunch of picks, and basically you clear a cap space. You get a trade exception, meaning you can go out there and absorb somebody's big time contract. And so, yes, that sounds. Can you imagine? Man, if the Sixers get Zach LaVine, watch out. Like, I'm disappointed though, Whitey. This hurts because now, what moves can we really make? I feel like we're a one-move team right now. Like it's a Collins, a Kuzma, a Grant. It's not a Grant and Kuzma or LaVine
because it's too much money and then puts you like hard cap.
Hard cap. It just, listening to Keith, and I'm just saying, I don't know from an organizational standpoint if they're willing to do that because then that's it. That's your moves right there. And it also leads me to believe, Whitey, how about this? I'm going to throw something else at you. Maybe, just maybe, this draft pick is valuable from the standpoint of salary-wise. Like, you keep this pick because it's cost controlled, and if this pick blossoms into something, then you can exceed the cap. We heard Keith say, the way to, extend guys and get over the cap and the aprons and all that is draft well and re-sign them, and then sort of like Boston did with Tatum and Brown. And so, I need to digest this for a second. I need to take a deep breath over here because this is frustrating.
I'm wondering, I don't have the numbers in front of me. Would you still be able to say trade for Kuzma and then sign someone with your MLE? So you could add theoretically a really good player with an MLE.
But you don't have the full 12.9 anymore.
Because
you're already in the tax with the new rules, right? That's according to what Keith was saying.
Yeah, I wonder how much you would have if you wouldn't have the full MLE. You might be able to do something that way. But you're right. I mean, all of a sudden, hey, who can we get at 13?
Right. It's not necessarily a big fish, And I need Jay to do me a favor. Next segment, I want to hear Keith's answer to your first question about the MLE because we were thinking Malik trade for, Kuzma and use the MLE, let's say. Now you can't use what do you got? $5 million, $6 million, whatever it is. That's not going to get you a whole lot.
A little bit handcuffed there. Yeah. Which would you pursue then if it came down to BI or Kuz? If that's like, well, we can maybe pursue one of those guys. Well, you would go after Collins, right?
Yeah, Collins would be my guy.
And then Jeremy Grant's also.
Yeah, Jeremy Grant. Those two I have ahead of BI and Kuzma just because of what it would take to get them as well. I think we have better assets to get those two guys. I don't think we have enough to get a BI or a Kuzma.
Yeah, and you made a great point yesterday for all the talk about for all the talk about Zach LaVine, he's so injury prone. And some of the people say that are also saying, ooh, Brandon Ingram.
Right.
That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't. It's not adding up, and Zach LaVine was hurt this year. He had a legitimate injury, but the 5 years prior to that, based on what I saw, he's played in more games than Brandon Ingram. So there you go.
I can't give up yet on bringing in a player like Kuzma, Grant, and then using at least part of my MLE. Maybe I can't.
I don't know, but the MLE is $5 million. It's not the $12.9 million.
I still got my biannual, don't I? My biannual exception.
See, the NBA cap is my head is spinning trying to figure it out.
See.
Yeah, I gotta hear once again what Keith had to say about that mid-level because that's a big hit for the Kings.
We got a little bit of a coin crunch here for the Kings as we try to sort that out. We'll be right back with this. We've got, speaking of the draft here, first time we've seen this guy linked to the Kings in a mock draft. Tell you who next on Sactown Sports.
Subscribe to Sactown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sactown Sports. At Elk Grove Honda, we make sure every certified pre-owned Honda is one we'd buy from ourselves. And right now, you'll find interest rates as low as 1.99% APR on approved credit. Our Honda-trained technicians only certify our Hondas if they pass a thorough 182-point inspection. See our exceptional selection of Elk Grove Honda certified pre-owned Hondas with interest rates as low as 1.99% APR on approved credit. In the Elk Grove Auto Mall or online at elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Stuck in a downtown meeting marathon? Need a post-work pick-me-up? Head over to Public House Downtown, the corner of 16th and L Streets. That's right, Public House Downtown, your one-stop shop for good times. With 60 beers on tap, come catch the game on 25 HD TVs. Public House Downtown serves up creative American food all day long. Lunch, happy hour, dinner, and even weekend brunch. Public House Downtown. Food, beer, sports. Want to see the menu or plan your visit? Check out their website at phdowntown.com. Find your crew and find your fun at Public House Downtown.
Do you have multiple years of unfiled taxes or owe more than $8,000? The tax attorneys at Allies Tax Relief are your ally and will stop the IRS from garnishing your wages or levying your bank account. Call 800-230-5174.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're treating our Tropic Rewards members to a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order an app, online, or pop by the cafe for a little sip and chill. 3 cheers to our Tropic fam. Terms and conditions apply.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Just as there were during the regular season, this offseason, there's going to be ups, there are going to be downs. We started out sky high today, so excited about Malik Monk coming here. But after we just talked to capologist Keith Smith from Spot Track, now Drapes especially has come down to earth a little bit because he's wondering if Zach LaVine is even feasible, if there's any way the Kings can actually do that.
Yeah, it's Keith got me all twisted up. You know, tons of great information there. I'm still trying to digest it. You know, based on what I heard him say, the signing of Malik Monk puts us in the tax, which means we now cannot use our full mid-level.
Yeah, they're just a little bit over.
Just a little bit. So we'd have to clear some. We'd have to clear somebody off. But it just sounds like to me a big name, big contract like a Zach LaVine would not be something the organization does at this point. I can't see, you bring in a Zach LaVine and Keith's right. You'll have to do like a 3-for-1 or something like that. But man, you won't be able to add a whole lot more to your roster after doing that. And so that's what concerns me. Jay, do we have that sound from Keith talking about the very first question when Whitey asked him about the mid-level exception? Jay's working on that right now because that's the mid-level. We were hoping we could get a Gary Trent or somebody of that ilk, somebody at 11, 12 million. Now really we won't have a really, now we're talking 5 million, something like that, unless we shed some salary elsewhere.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do we have that?
He said he's working.
Yeah. Okay. I thought he.
Yeah. He's Jay's a hard-working man back there. He's doing a couple of things.
Sometimes he gives me that look, and I'm not sure if he had it or not.
I'm gonna have to make some calls next break too to figure out exactly what we can and can't do, because we're just talking off air. Like my head is spinning about what we can do right now. It doesn't sound like we can trade for Kuzma or Grant or LaVine and still use the mid-level. All right, here's that Keith Smith sound regarding the mid-level exception now that the Kings have signed Malik Monk.
Yeah, so what this once they re-sign Malik Monk, they're going to be about $1 million or so into the tax, which is not a big deal. That's very easily to get out of that. To retain the full MLE, here's the challenge: you have to be below the first apron because you get hard capped at the first apron if you use that. So that's where it's going to get a little tight for the Kings to open that up. They probably have to do another move where they get off a little bit of salary to open that up, because as it stands, after re-signing Malik Monk, they'll probably be about $6.3 million or so under that first apron. Full MLE is about $12.9 million. So if you can get off a little bit more salary, you could get under enough to use that full MLE, and then you put yourself into the tax, but you're under the first apron. So doable, not impossible. We'll see how that comes together.
There you go. Doable, not impossible. We'll see how it comes.
Right, but you got to get rid of some salary, though, he's saying.
Yeah.
And so that's what I'm talking about with a Zach LaVine. Like, you're not taking on more salary. You're looking to shed salary so that you can use your mid-level, right? Like, I would think that would be – and so it's easier, I would think, to have a guy like a Kuzma at 20-something million or a John Collins than trying to put together 3 or 4 players just for one guy. I don't know. That's –
I think there's plenty of guys. I could think of 3 players that the Kings could move, different combinations of 3 players, where I'd feel like if you got to get rid of those 3 for Zach LaVine, I think it pencils out. And the dollar amount is the same. It's just you're giving it to one guy instead of 3.
Right.
And if you can do it's everything else you have to do before that to make sure you're under the mid-level.
Right. Then it's the everything, but then you're talking maybe sending out 3 players for LaVine and maybe getting rid of 2 players to get your full. So your depth is really compromised, I feel like.
Can be,
that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, and then the draft picks come into play, like you say. You would love to be able to draft somebody that you can keep under club control, so to speak, which is more of a baseball term. But you may have to spin that off in order to get Zach LaVine.
Yeah.
It'll all work out.
So you're still. I don't know, man.
I
want Zach LaVine. What was my saying? Bring Zach to Sac.
I think that was it.
That's it.
Yeah.
Bring Zach to Sac. I'm just not, how should I put this, as optimistic about it as I was before.
Yeah, you think it's whack.
Bring Zach to Sac, unless it's whack. Unless it's whack. No, but that's the thing. I don't think it's realistic. Like, it's my wishes, my hopes that we get Zach LaVine.
Monty is a master of such moves.
And Monty's a whiz. Monty and Wes is a whiz with the cap. I give those guys are tremendous at it. I'm just trying to temper my expectations, Whitey. I'm trying to bring it down because I was already in my mind, Zach LaVine's the guy. Like, we're going to get Zach LaVine. Now I'm like, I'm not as optimistic as before.
I think there was that sense of urgency. The Kings had to do this. We talk about add 2 starter level players. And I think you're still there, even though, now we have Malik. Great. Well, that gives us a little breathing room. It's not as urgent, but they still have to do that.
You still got to do that. Yeah, I agree with you, but I'm just Keith Smith. He got me twisted up, man. This cap, because you're talking 2 starting level players. Those guys got to make some money, right? 20 million plus. Where are we getting that from? Then you're talking about hard cap, and then we're not using the mid-level, I don't think. And so I don't know, man. I'm a little and somebody in the 530, if we're slightly over the cap, couldn't we trade for LaVine with like 50 million salary to take on his 45? So like give up more in salary, make it 5 players or something. I don't know. That's getting to be too much. That's getting to,
It'll all work out.
I'm getting a headache thinking about
It'll
this.
all work out. Yeah.
I need
Maybe
a
it's not
vacation.
Zach LaVine. Maybe Kuzma's more palatable, big picture.
And you might be right. Salary-wise, it makes a lot more sense. Yes. You don't have to give up as many players.
Yeah.
You still keep some of your depth.
Now, as far as the draft goes, and again, for all we know, the Kings won't be picking anybody. But this was from a few days ago. Your good friend, Kevin O'Connor. Yeah. And look at this. Number 1, Stephon Castle, UConn. What? 1?
That's his big board, not his mock draft. He has 2 things.
You're right. You're right.
This is who he thinks. It's like Jay Billis, best available.
You're
Yes.
correct.
All
And
right.
I misread that because I had Ron Holland 13.
Okay.
But you're right. He doesn't
All
have
right,
the Kings
all right,
taking
all
him.
right.
Yeah.
You had me nervous there for a second. I'm like, uh-oh. But just click on that next thing at the top, the mock draft. I want to see who he does have the Kings taking at 13.
Yeah, Reese Sachet, Reed Shepard third, Cody Williams, Klingon, Carter. And then we go to the 13th pick. What?
Topic.
Nikola Topic, who's out with a tore his ACL.
They say his stock has obviously fallen. You know, what does he say?
Draft and stash, fellas. Draft and stash.
He got Zach Edey going at 12.
Wow.
You're you're not buying
I'm
this?
stunned.
You're not
He's got
buying
Holland
this?
going 9th, Connect 10th, Dillingham 11th. I know somebody said the Kings may come back to Dillingham, whose stock is falling. Zach Edey to the Thunder, and then Nikola Topic. There's no way the Kings are drafting Nikola Topic. Is there? I don't see any way.
Why? From an injury standpoint,
Injury
or
standpoint, and he's
or you don't think he'll be there, or
have
point
a point
guard?
guard? Yeah. Topic's size could allow him to share the backcourt with Fox in the years to come.
No, we already
And
seen
again,
that.
he's not going to be able to play for a while.
Right,
And
yeah.
the Kings need players who are going to help now.
You know
Text
what?
Kevin O'Connor.
I might have to text him because I'm looking at his big board right now that you had pulled
Yeah,
up.
I apologize.
But something that raised an eyebrow to me. He had Stephon Castle at number 1.
Yeah.
Guess where he has the consensus number 1 overall pick, or at least the top 2 pick, Alex Sarr.
Isn't he 7th?
Seventh on his bed. I'm like, what is he talking about?
Yeah,
You know, and so I'm not buying what Kevin O'Connor is peddling right now. As I look at his draft board, his mock draft, let's see what he says about Topic. Crafty shot creator, feel for the game, ball handling, shades of Goran Dragic, not Nikola Jokic or Nikola Jovic. What?
He's just trying to confuse us now. Look, for all I know, Topic is a really good player, but he can't play for a while.
He can't play.
So he's not a fit for the Kings.
Yeah, it's a guy that, you know, we need help right now.
Yeah.
Like, you're right about that. And so I need to look at some other mock drafts because, and this is the problem with these mock drafts, ladies and gentlemen.
Your guy's going 19th to the Raptors in
Right.
O'Connor's draft.
But here's the thing. When you have a mock draft, you have to update it with something.
Yeah.
It's not like he got some new information or spoke to teams and says, it's like you can't have yesterday's mock draft be the same as today's. You got to make some changes to get people talking. So I'm not buying that.
Why do you think so many people around here are crazy for Zach Edey? Just because we've seen him?
2-time National Player of the Year. Best college player in the game. Well, you know, what's there not to love about Zach Edey?
Well, he's big and cumbersome and slow, and he's not a good fit for the modern NBA game.
And I
He's
believe
gonna be nowhere near a top 5 pick, but Kings fans seem to think he's going to be a star. Maybe they're right.
And I believe, and Baby Cake says, Edey is a joker stopper. There you go. There's your answer right there. He can stop Jokic. So
how's he going to do that? I mean, I get big and you'll muscle him. And
I think Edey is the most recognizable name, so
Yes.
people are just throwing it out there.
Yes.
Ultimately, that's what I think.
Yeah. And a lot of these guys, especially international players, we never see them. And if you're a basketball fan, I saw Zach Edey and he was really good. I would pick him. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Tin has been hanging on. Hey, Tin, you're on the drive, guys. Happy Friday. What's up?
Happy Friday. And the Kings did well with the 2 acquisitions, giving Mike Brown the extension and re-signing Malik Monk. Now, I knew after having a talk with my neighbor, he works with the Sacramento Republic soccer team. He shared with me that Mike Brown is cool with their organization. So once I knew that he was going to be tied with Sacramento for the foreseeable future. And with Malik being like his son, I knew he was going to be along with the ride too. So I knew this would all work out. And the Kings 2 for 2 in the offseason.
Thank you. Tin had the scoop all along.
No, he knew
it
that.
Before any of us.
He was in with the Sac Republic, so yeah.
Yeah, he just kept it to himself.
Yeah.
Let us flop around in the wind. Doug on Sactown Sports. Hello, Doug. How are you?
I'm doing well, gentlemen. I called yesterday and I didn't finish the rest of my position, and it made you guys go afterwards and go, I'm not sure what Doug was talking about. But it was what I was trying to say, and the part that I did not give you was that if, because I'm thinking out that we're in this range of where we've been, and it's the haves and the have-nots, and we seem to be on the have-nots. We haven't been able to go in, and we've got a few guys to get to, but trade-wise, we just seem to be stuck, in this purgatory kind of thing. So that's why I kept coming up with the Derek Jones Jr. is because now you can overpay for a guy that's an unrestricted free agent who's a young guy and would fit possibly the mid-level exception. So, depending on that's I'm thinking is our avenue, because those other guys are just too far out of reach. We don't have the capital to go in and play with the big boys. So that's where I think that we are. And that's all I have. As I said, have a great weekend. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Doug. Yeah, we're just
call.
not sure how much the Kings have to spend. That's what we're trying to figure out.
Right.
Like you said, the MLE might be something you could use on Derek Jones Jr.
Right. But as of this second, once Malik signs, we won't have the full. We got to make some other moves. And so
they're like $40 or something.
Right? They got like two Buffalo nickels or something like that.
Monty's in the car, and he's checking. Do I have some coins?
Right.
In here?
And his couch cushions, stuff like that. But it would be nice. Derek Jones Jr., would you be happy with that if we could somehow?
If it's one of a number of moves, yeah. Yeah, he's a good fit. He helps them, but it has to be
Kuzma and Derek Jones Jr.?
Yeah,
that do anything for you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I don't know. He got exposed against the Celtics.
Yeah, he did.
He got exposed a little bit.
He's athletic and he's got length, but looking for a little more offensive
firepower. I'm with you on that.
All right. When we come back, I have to ask you here because I know you have a short day.
Oh yeah, I got to bounce out of here.
Do you want to take on Jay in the?
I take on Jay anytime, any place. It don't matter. Let's
Jay,
go.
Would you be up for that?
Man, you see how this guy get a win and now he ready to go. He's talking like Muhammad Ali.
I'm the reigning champ, baby.
All right.
Let's do it.
A lot more to come with Kings and Malik and the draft and the cap. But when we come back, it's Jay against Drapes, the This Day, Back in the Day quiz for the week's championship on Sactown Sports. Good luck to both.
Hot summer savings now at Maida Chevy with $12,000 off MSRP on every new Silverado half-ton Turbo Max in stock after rebates.
$12,000 off every Silverado LT Turbo Max at Maida Chevy with at least 5 at this price.
Hot summer savings up to $12,000 off MSRP exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer and 7124.
Made a great deal at Maida.
Taste on a whole new level at Sky River Casino in Elk Grove. Enjoy the height of hospitality, whether you're craving an upscale steakhouse, authentic Chinese hot pot and dim sum, or having a refreshing beverage while watching the game. Visit skyriver.com today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
18 number ones. What was I thinking? Countless ACM and CMA awards. Sold out world tours. And now Dierks Bentley is coming to Sacramento for Country in the Park 2. September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo with Parmalee, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Plus line dancing, food trucks, and more. Tickets available now at CITVFest.com.
Brought to you by Bonnie Electrical Heating and Air and the U.S. Marines.
Are you tired of your tee shots ending up in the adjoining fairway while the rest of your foursome is hitting it down the middle? Well, experts will tell you that being properly fitted for golf clubs will help you strike your drive center cut. The Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio and its team of trained PGA professionals are ready to help you get rid of your banana balls and duck hooks. Hagen Oaks Indoor-Outdoor Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. I hear things just got better for Chryslers Make This the Summer Sales event, Chad.
They sure did, and I didn't believe it myself. But now you can save thousands more on your next new Ram truck, like up to $19,500 off MSRP on select new 2024 kind of savings. And we're not just talking about one or two trucks. We have tons of trucks with the best savings we've had so far this year. Plus, we have over 400 new Rams available, including those hard-to-find heavy duties.
I must have heard you wrong. Did you say you could save nearly $20,000 on new Ram trucks?
I had to double and triple check myself, but yes, save up to $19,500 off MSRP on select new 2024 Ram trucks, only at the Hoblet Ram Truck Center.
If you need a new Ram truck, Hoblet has it.
19,500 total net savings after 11,500 factor rebates and 8,000 dealer discounts. Rebates include 2,000 Chrysler Capita bonus cash. Must finance with Chrysler Capita Qualify and 2 2,500 Ram coupons. Only available while supplies last. At least 5 at this net savings.
Award-winning country sensation Lee Brice is back.
One of them girls that ain't trying to meet nobody. You're just here.
Live in concert. Friday, June 28th, 7:30 p.m. The venue in Thunder Valley. Lee Brice. Special guest Abby Anderson. The venue at Thunder Valley. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss Lee Brice live.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at PowerCopiers.com.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Top of the hour, we're going to talk to Casey Johnson from Chicago, find out what may be going on with the Kings and the Bulls. 4:30, Kristen Peek's going to join us from Yahoo. We'll take a peek, if you will. I'm sure she loves that, at her latest mock draft. Real quick, stock risers. She has Donovan Clingan, Devin Carter, Zach Edey.
Oh, okay.
Terrence Shannon Jr., Deron Holmes. Stock fallers include Ron Holland, Rob Dillingham, Isaiah Collier, Kyle Filipowski. So she's coming up at 4:30. Right now, it is time for Drapes and JJ to go head-to-head. It's time for the This Day Back in the Day quiz, and we'll be determining today the week's championship.
Week's champ, Friday.
1-1, right?
1-1, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the reigning champ? I forget. Who's the current champ?
That'd be Whitey.
Yes, sir. Your
Whitey,
boy.
is that you there, sir?
No, it's not.
It's
Okay,
not. Yep.
But this determines the championship of the week.
Let's go.
Yeah. We have everything here in the quiz happened on this date in sports history, June 21st, but we have 6 different years to choose from. So Drapes, 1964, 1986, 1988. We also have 1997, 2011, and 2012. Where would you like to start here?
86.
1986.
Yes,
Bo Jackson signs a 3-year contract with what major pro sports team? This date, 1986.
Bo Jackson?
Yeah.
Kansas City Royals.
That's correct. 1 point. For Kyle,
Come on, man.
for Kyle Draper. He's got one.
Jay's like, I thought it was a trick question at first. I'm like,
what's
what?
coming?
I'm like, seriously?
You're up,
Okay.
Jay.
Give me the years again. That was elementary. What you got over there on that paper?
64, 88, 97, 2011, 2012.
97.
1997.
I thought it was a trick question, too.
I know.
was gonna
I was
say he
like,
went-
what?
got his jersey retired at Auburn or something?
I know. Something happened.
What team won the WNBA's first game, 67-57, over the LA Sparks on this date, 1997? What team won the WNBA's first game
Oh,
ever?
my goodness. It could be one of 8, 9. I mean, the common sense tell me it's one of 2. So
Jay always got to talk his way
yeah,
through it, man.
I'm going to go Houston Comets. We'll go with the champs.
Incorrect. Kyle Draper?
New York
Liberty.
New York Liberty. Right.
That says one of the 2.
It's a wrap. It's a wrap. No mas. Tap out. Tap out.
Still early. You're up, Drapes.
Teresa Spoon in there, huh?
64, 88, 2011, 2012.
2012.
2012.
Yeah.
This is a closest 2.
Okay.
Do you want to go first? Do you want him to go first?
He's going to go first.
All right. This day, 2012, the Heat take the NBA Finals with a Game 5 win over OKC. The Heat tied a Finals record by making how many three-pointers in Game 5? A clue, the total no longer ranks in the top 25.
Dang.
On this day, 2012, they tied a record for the Finals by making
Finals record
by making how many threes? And again, this is no longer in the top 25.
Man, the Warriors are killing those records.
Yeah.
Huh? Goodness gracious. 2012 against Durant and Company.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say 21.
21. Kyle Draper.
20.
14.
I started to say 11 too, but I knew you would go over. You would have said 12. Yeah. I was like 11, 12.
Yo, this is Celtics Mavericks out here.
Yeah,
this is a dusting.
I'm off my day.
It's all right. You still have
Got a lot
time.
going on.
Yeah, it won't be easy, but it's doable.
How many
3-0. There's 3 left, and you're up 3-0.
Come on now. I'm back in the game right here. I'm looking for a gentleman's sweep.
64, 88, or 2011?
88.
1988. Lakers beat Detroit in Game 7 of the Finals, 108-105. Which Laker led the way with 36 points, 16 rebounds, and 10 assists?
Kareem.
Incorrect. Kyle
Worthy.
Draper?
James. Big
Worthy.
game James Worthy.
It is all over.
Man, I'm split in the middle on two
I'm
of them.
dead.
Worthy.
I'm never doing this again. Dude, this is a shellacking, Jay. This is a beatdown, bro.
Man, I got stuff going on this side of the glass, man. Got a lot of stuff going on.
Jay,
man.
this is all right. Do you want to do the last two,
Of
or
course,
should we
let's go, man?
You
What
want
you
a
got?
6-0 skunking
Hey,
here?
this ain't no Madden pass the stick.
All right.
64 or 2011?
2011 again? You had two of them, or
One was 2012.
Oh,
so 2011 is still
2011.
2011. All right, it's the closest two. Do you want to go first? Do you want Jay to
go first?
Cheating the system here, I
Jay,
see.
this day, 2011, Minnesota ties a Major League record by opening a game against Madison Bumgarner and the Giants. Tied a record by opening a game with how many consecutive hits? I remember that game.
I don't. Wow. Guess the Giants, huh?
Yeah, 2011, Minnesota. Opening the game, Mad Bum. How many hits in a row?
Jace.
5.
5?
2, 6.
It's 8.
Jay,
Price is right, man.
I know.
Draper. Point Draper.
What we got? How many we got left?
Just
It's
got one
one.
left.
It's one.
5-0.
It's one.
All right, go ahead, man. Whatever
It's
the
you,
year is.
right?
Yes.
No, it's you, Jay.
No, it's me. Oh, yeah, it's
Yes,
Jay.
it's
It's
me,
Jay.
it's
It's
me.
Jay. It's Jay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there
it's
we
Jay.
Multiple choice.
Okay. All the above.
1964. Who threw a perfect game for the Phillies on Father's Day at Shea Stadium? This date, 1964. Steve Carlton, Fergie Jenkins, Robin Roberts, or Jim Bunning? This date, 1964.
Man, one of them, I'm not even sure who that person is.
Steve Carlton, Fergie Jenkins, Robin Roberts, or Jim Bunning?
Yeah, I don't know Robin Roberts.
Yeah.
I know the answer to
Philadelphia.
this,
I don't know this because I don't.
I put a Philadelphia one in
Yeah, I know
there.
you did. You snuck it in. I'll go Carlton.
That's not correct.
It's Fergie?
Fergie Jenkins.
Incorrect.
Oh,
Bunning.
Jim Bunning.
Ah.
Jim Bunning.
Let's say
But
Fergie
it's all
didn't pick
over.
her. Yeah, he didn't.
Congratulations, Kyle Draper. He
Man,
gets
this
the win
wasn't-
today, and
this
he's
wasn't
won
fair, man.
the championship for the week.
Can I get the music?
No.
That's probably not going to
Jay,
happen.
can I get the bed? Can I get the music?
I can't give you anything. It's broke actually over here.
Give me a second here. Give me a second. Go ahead, Whitey. Talk amongst yourselves.
It's just it's been a good week for you in the quiz. You bounced back. You'd struggled in the
No,
early
because
days.
I needed a vacation, man. I needed to rest and get myself together and get myself back feeling 100%. And so your boy is feeling good right now. It's I wish we could do more and more, you know? Oh, there it is. All right.
Some of the people listening and viewing on the chat did very well on the quiz as well. So,
Of course they
congratulations,
did.
Kyle.
Everybody got the liberty when it was only one of two teams that mattered. The Comets or the Liberty.
I'm surprised you didn't get that one, Jay.
I was gonna go Liberty, but then I was like, he might be trying to flip the switch and go Comets. I'm not a WNBA guy, but it was one of the two.
Drapes is the champion, my friend.
I tell you what, we do have something.
I'm loving it.
I think we have something for you. Do we have Alan Styles' imitation of Drapes?
Yeah, we can pull that on up real quick.
Yeah. What's that?
I said we can pull that up real quick.
I got to hear this.
Alan Styles today during their show. Apparently, they were talking about you, and he did a little
Zach Levine thing.
Supposed to be you, and I wouldn't know that except Alan Styles told me before he left. And I said, "Wow, maybe something I should just keep under my hat." He said, "No, I want Drapes to hear it." So Alan Styles today doing his Kyle Draper on Styles and Watkins.
Why do you know shoot, big fella, shoot?
That's terrible.
Is that it?
Why do you know shoot, big fella, shoot?
That is awful. That is terrible.
Get the pitch and tone of the voice.
Right. Oh my gosh. Is this Saturday Night Live or something? Like this is Mad TV or something? Like, oh, that's more embarrassing to Alan than me though, right? Like,
yeah, I see your point.
Yeah, that's and he was proud of that, huh? He's like, guys, you got to check this out. You got to listen to this.
Yeah.
I told you. Your boy's the LeBron James. Need to up the ratings. Let's invoke Drake. You know what I mean?
Why do you know shoot, big fella, shoot?
Yeah, that's a drop, man.
That's terrible.
Someday, if you're ever feeling like it, you have to give us your version of Alan Styles.
I'm not even going to try. I got to sit on that for a while. Let me think about that.
Don't do what he just did.
Yeah, I'm not going to go out like him. That's for sure.
We'll give it to you one more time, or give it to me one more time, please.
Why do you know shoot, big
Whitey,
fella,
shoot, fella. You know, Whitey, shoot. No, that is not me. That ain't it, big fella.
Thank you, Alan. What's up?
The
with
only thing he got right was big fella.
That's it. That's the only thing. Oh my.
What's up with the Kings and the Bulls? We find out from Bulls insider Casey Johnson next on Sactown Sports.
Why do you know shoot, big fella, shoot?
The NFL's leading rusher plays here.
The handoff to McCaffrey, walks in the end zone. Handoff to McCaffrey, takes it right down to the goal line. He does his thing again. McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles a man. 10-5. Touchdown! CMC!
You can hear all of Christian McCaffrey's touchdowns on your home for 49ers football. Sactown Sports.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton and Price. Whether you've been injured on a bicycle, as a pedestrian in a slip and fall, auto, Uber, Lyft, or big rig accident, you need Ashton and Price in your corner. When you call Ashton and Price, there's no chatbot telling you to hit 3 for accounting. You're greeted by a real live person who will immediately transfer you to an experienced attorney. The consultation's free, and there's never a fee until you win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
At the Good Feet store, we take pain very seriously. Whether in the foot, knee, hip, or back, Good Feet makes over 300 styles, flexibilities, and sizes of pain-relieving arch supports. With 26 bones, 30 joints, and over 100 muscles, tendons, and ligaments in each foot, a lot can go painfully wrong. So there's a trained arch support specialist at each Good Feet store to give you a precision fit. Come in for a free fitting and test walk. No appointment necessary. Good Feet arch supports are HSA, FSA eligible.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Vacaville. Online at goodfeet.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. This 4th of July, we know it's right around the corner, and we know what that means. Grilling, hanging with family, for me, even golfing, and of course, riding around in my all-new Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV. I'm here to tell you this 4th of July is the perfect time to celebrate with incredible lease offers from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. You can drive your dream car for just $444 per month with $4,000 down, or you can enjoy 1.99% APR on select certified pre-owned models. I urge you, go to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton right now. I did it, and it's the best car driving experience I've ever had. From the sales team to the service team, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton treats you right. So get your dream car right now and enjoy it over the holiday weekend. Visit Mercedes-Benz of Stockton today or online at mbofstockton.com. Just tell them your boy Drape sent you.
Hello, I'm Frank Ack with Retirement Security Centers with a weekly economic update. The stock market has been moving steadily upward recently. Inflation is cooling off, jobs appear to be plentiful, and wages are continuing to rise, but many Americans aren't in a celebratory mood. What is raining on this economic parade? Housing costs remain too high for many. CPI came in at 3.3% last month, meaning that many goods and services are averaging costs that are 3.3% higher than a year ago. Supercore CPI was up just 1.9% at the Federal Reserve's target. Shelter costs were up 5.4% during the past 12 months. The Federal Reserve noted that the one thing that could help reduce housing costs is to lower rates. Yet housing costs are driving inflation, which is leading them to keep rates at their current levels. Housing costs related to ownership have increased $18,100 annually, up 26% from just 4 years ago. The hope is that impatient sellers will re-enter the market, growing inventory and reducing housing competition to flatten prices. How might this affect you or your family? Please go to frankontheradio.com to schedule an appointment, watch videos, and receive market updates. I'm ready to help you start your journey so you can define your future.
Securities and investment advisory services offered through Osaic Cafe Incorporated, member FINRA SIPC. Osaic Cafe is separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Osaic Cafe.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Everyone loves to be outside, and so do mosquitoes. Protect yourself against mosquitoes and West Nile virus by following these simple tips. At least once a week, look around your yard and drain stagnant water from any containers where mosquitoes can breathe. Remember to use an effective mosquito repellent, especially at dawn and dusk when mosquitoes are most active. Close all doors and be sure screens are in good working condition. At the Mosquito and Vector Control District, we're here to help. Visit us at fightthebite.net.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Our first year as the radio home of the San Francisco 49ers is one we will never forget.
They're going to give it. No, it's a play action. Purdy going to roll left, throw for the end zone. Caught by George Kittle. He has the hat trick tonight, a career high. 3 touchdown catches for George. Touchdown, San Francisco.
Congratulations to the 49ers on a terrific year. And thank you for so many wonderful memories.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber, down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip. A brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Yay, Malik Monk intends to stay with the Kings. So now what? Do they still have a shot at Zach LaVine? Kyle Draper, who has been banging on the LaVine drum incessantly for weeks now, he's getting a little discouraged. Doesn't know if it's a possibility. Let's find out more. Nice enough to join us. A Bulls insider for NBC Sports Chicago, Casey Johnson with us. How's your Friday going, Casey?
It's going. A lot of Bulls news, first of many, with the Caruso-Josh Giddey trade yesterday. So an off-season of change has begun in Chicago.
Let's start right here, get to the meat of the matter, at least as far as we're concerned. Is the way you see it, are the Kings a serious contender to acquire Zach LaVine?
I mean, I would say that if, look, the Bulls and the LaVine have been headed for a divorce for a while, and the Bulls are in the stage where they're clearly trying to make some changes to their roster to offseason. And from my understanding, they're floating proposals to multiple teams around the league because that's what GMs do, is they talk and exchange ideas. I think this is largely now in Sacramento's court because, as you alluded when you brought me in, Malik Monk resigning was not a sure thing. And him resigning, might lower that appetite from a Sacramento perspective. I know from a Bulls perspective, anybody who's covering the team has been reporting for months that trading LaVine is an off-season priority. So, as I mentioned, they're doing it. They're having proposals exchange, or at least given to multiple teams around the league. I still, the rumored parts that you hear still make some sense from a Bulls perspective, a Harrison Barnes, a Kevin Huerter, that kind of thing. But I can't gauge Sacramento's appetite, particularly in the wake of the Malik Monk deal.
Hey, KC, it's Drape's man, Kyle Draper. Thanks for jumping on with us. Tell me about Zach LaVine. You've covered him for years. I've done a couple of Bulls games in the past. It seems like the narrative around him is he's injury prone. Can he be a winner? What's the real deal with Zach LaVine? How do, those in Chicago view him?
He's been a pretty polarizing player here, Kyle. A lot of ups and downs. I think he was on an ascent where he kind of won over the fan base leading up to his max contract. He's coming off of 2 All-Star appearances, an Olympic gold medal in Tokyo, had kind of started to morph into a two-way player, was drawing some comps to Jamal Murray at that point. And then since he signed the max contract, things just have not gone as well. He had a very poor start, as did the entire team, to last season individually, and then obviously succumbed to foot surgery. As far as the injury-prone narrative, I always kind of push back on that. I mean, an ACL tear is an ACL tear is a significant thing. He's been extremely healthy since then until late in the 21-22 season when he had to have that same knee scoped, which obviously, you're on your third surgery when you had a foot surgery. That is significant cause for some teams concern, obviously, particularly when you tie in 3 years, $138 million left on his deal. But I always point to that 21-22 season as an example of LaVine, I think, kind of bucking the perception of him as whether or not you can be a winner. The dude was in a contract year, but he saw an opportunity to experience postseason basketball for the first time in 21-22. He played through a knee injury that needed a scope after the season. He didn't miss a game. He just played through it. And I think that speaks more to his character and commitment than some of the knocks you hear against him. So I've been probably a little bit more of a Zach defender here in Chicago than some. He can be an elite and efficient and talented scorer. He definitely is coming off of a very down year, though.
Casey Johnson is with us, Bulls Insider, NBC Sports Chicago. Understand the motivation from the Bulls side of it to move him. Based on what you know, Casey, how much demand is there around the league? What other GMs around the league and coaches think of Zach LaVine's game right now?
Yeah, as I mentioned, I brought up the injury, the third surgery now, probably adding to the concern with the 3 years, $38 million left in the deal. Look, we're all entering a new reality here with this new collective bargaining agreement. It makes, things very punitive for teams that go to that second apron. It restricts their ability to make other transactions. So finances have always been a part of the NBA. They're going to get even more so. And, that's been the Bulls' issue is they were shopping him hard last season. They gained a little bit of traction leading up to the February trade deadline with Detroit. Detroit ended up going in a different direction with some deals with the Knicks. And there has not been much of a market for Zach LaVine. I mentioned 4 teams that I know for a fact. I think the Bulls have submitted proposals of more than that, but I know for a fact Sacramento was one of them, which is why I'm talking to you guys right now that I've listed. But, I just don't feel like there's much momentum or traction to this point. But, here's the thing about the offseason, as we all know. Not only is the draft time ripe for trade season, but you get to NBA free agency, and it's a game of musical chairs, and it stops, and you don't like your team, things can change. So, this is going to be an ongoing story here in Chicago, and we'll see how much Sacramento's involved in that storyline moving forward.
Casey, you guys, the Bulls moved on from Alex Caruso, big deal yesterday. Is this just the start this offseason for them? Do you see them making other moves, Zach LaVine, this offseason, or could it drag into the season?
No, I think they're going to make significant changes, Kyle. They've missed the playoffs 2 years in a row. Arturas Karnisovas told us in mid-April when they failed to exit the play-in tournament, the executive vice president of basketball operations, that, he, for the first time, admitted publicly that the quote was, "This group hasn't worked." I mean, he's been very hesitant to make changes since he completely flipped over the roster in 2021. There was initial success in 21-22 with Lonzo Ball, but obviously Lonzo Ball's injuries are well documented, and the Bulls have failed to make the playoffs 2 years in a row, and you're now starting to see the next iteration of this roster forming. Caruso, incredibly valuable player, but turning 30, he's 30 and doesn't really fit where the Bulls are as a non-playoff team, and so obviously you're going younger with Josh Giddey, who's 21, and to me it's the start of multiple changes. You've got DeMar DeRozan possibly hitting unrestricted free agency on June 30th when, it becomes 3 o'clock your time, 5 o'clock my time. And so, his future's uncertain. They also have a restricted free agent in Patrick Williams. His future's uncertain. So I think there's going to be a pretty significant roster change next season for Chicago. And I think you're going to see them kind of start to take a step back on whether it be like a soft retool or soft rebuild or what have you.
Casey Johnson with us, Bulls Insider, NBC Sports Chicago. Given Zach LaVine and how much money he makes now, his recent injury history, the fact that the Bulls are obviously motivated to move on, what does that do to the asking price? Is whoever gets Zach LaVine, do they have a good chance to get him at what we might say is a less than market value or a decent value for Zach LaVine right now?
100%. Great question. And that's really been the change in our reporting is, when this first started, Zach was shocked before the relationship kind of turned a little bit more sour. I mean, there's a big public incident here in Chicago last November where his representation, Rich Paul and Clutch Sports, made it clear that Zach was open to being moved for the first time publicly. But prior to that, the Bulls had quietly shopped Zach, and it kind of rankled Zach because he's like, dude, I'm a max player, man. Like, why you give me this money and then you don't really feel like you're committed behind me? So back then, when they were quietly shopping him, they were asking, for these picks, these packages that you see Donovan Mitchell going for, like all-stars and multiple picks. I'm not saying the Bulls are going to salary dump him, but yeah, you make a competitive offer, that gives them maybe some draft capital or some financial relief, and I think you'd see the Bulls, make that move. So I think you can get Zach LaVine at a pretty good price. Again, we'll see if it happens, but that's my sense in my conversations around the league.
I know you touched on this a little bit ago, but I just want to ask you again, can Zach, you think, be a productive member of a championship chasing team? The narrative, we get from some fans out here, he's too much of a ball hog. He's an ISO player. I maintain, Casey, in the right system, playing alongside a Fox or a Sabonis, under a Mike Brown with their system. Somebody else, I think it was Nate Duncan, said in the Golden State Warriors system, Zach would thrive. How do you see Zach, his potential to thrive on a championship caliber team?
So I'm going to say this against that backdrop that I said before, where I've been a little bit more of a Zach defender than most. It sounds like you might be too, but let me just.
That's my guy. I'm a Zach guy. Yeah,
I like it, and I'm a Malik Monk guy, by the way. I'll get into that. I got a quick story for you guys about Malik Monk. But anyway, what I would say is this: this is as objective as it gets. Go look at the quotes from the Olympic team, from Greg Popovich and Steve Kerr, who's an assistant coach. All you heard from those dudes was role acceptance, fifth leading scorer on that team, picking up guys full court, playing two-way basketball, responsible team defender. Steve Kerr told me I've known Steve forever because I covered the second three-peat. Steve Kerr told me on the record, like, I got to be honest, I had a kind of a perception of Zach, and he blew me out of the water with how wrong it was. I mean, so I'm totally with you. You put him in the right situation, this dude absolutely can play winning basketball. So again, last year was a bad year. You can't sugarcoat it. I call it like I see it. He got off to a horrendous start, as did most of the rest of the team. Then he succumbed to foot surgery. But you look at those numbers. He was one of the most elite and efficient scorers in the league the past 3 seasons before that. So. Wow. Yeah, I think he's got a lot of potential to be a winner.
Man, this is music to my ears, Case. I've been beating on the Zach LaVine drum for months now, and everybody's, and the problem with it, Casey, is he gets there's a narrative out there, whether it's social media or the way one person says
that Steve Kerr had.
It's the perception that Steve Kerr had, and I'm like, no, I think Zach is, I think he's just been in not great situations, to be honest with you.
And again, I bring up he played through a injury that needed a scope just to make the playoffs for the first time. He recognized his importance to the team. He said, look, me at 85% is still better than a lot of guys in the league. So, man, find those Kerr quotes and those Popovich quotes. I mean, they both raved about him. Wow. And here's my quote about Malik Monk. Yeah. Here's my Malik Monk story. I've always been a huge fan of Malik Monk. I've never interviewed him, never talked to him. He had a big game. I can't remember if it was out there or at the United Center. And I was walking to the locker room post game, and he was sitting on the bench doing a radio interview, and he just finished it. And as I walked past him, I don't usually do stuff like this, but I was in like a goofy mood, and I just walked past him. I said, "You're going to be getting buckets in your 50s." And he goes, "Damn right, man."
That sounds like Malik.
Yeah. Oh, it was hilarious exchange because I've always liked that guy's game. He's just one of those effortless scorers and supremely confident. So that was my fun little Malik Monk exchange, man.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. And Casey, we know you're extremely busy right now, so we appreciate the time. Have a great weekend. We hope to talk to you again soon.
Thanks a lot for having me on, guys.
All right, Casey.
You
talk
bet.
to you, man.
That was a meeting of the Zach LaVine fan club.
How about that?
Yeah.
This is a guy that's boots on the ground, covers Zach day in and day out, talks to people behind the scenes.
So now you're up again.
I'm not. Yes, I'm up again. But Zach LaVine, I've always been a fan of. Like, he's always been the guy to me.
Yeah.
And I question whether the organization would make the commitment financially and what it would do. But from a player standpoint, he's our answer right there. Mm-hmm. He's big time. My gosh. And Casey, hey, don't listen to me. Listen to Greg Popovich, Steve Kerr. They rave about this guy. We got to find out. I'll look that up. But, man, I was glad Casey came on because he's very much respected out there in Chicago. He's with the team every day. And I agree with him 100% on Zach.
The thing I love about what he said is, again, getting back to what it would cost to get him. And that's why I think he's a good fit for the Kings. You can get him for really less than he would be worth under other circumstances.
Yeah, I got
that's
the quote.
An opportunity.
I got the quote from Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
I love getting to know him. I thought his willingness to take on a role off the bench for us was huge. He just got it. He understood exactly what we needed. What the team needed, in Kerr's words, was pressure defense. For a guy who's used to starting his whole career and used to being a star and putting up big numbers, it was such a smooth sacrifice. I really enjoy getting to know Zach and just watching him play and watching him interact with the rest of the team. Bam!
I got to tell you, when we first started talking about Zach LaVine, I was out. Last year, it's like, I don't think so. Then I got to a point fairly recently where I was thinking, yeah, they have to do it. Still, not ideal, but you'd have to do it. Now I'm on board after talking to Casey Johnson.
See, Casey? I mean,
yeah.
I hope it happens. I mean,
would you be close to being done then? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Malik, and then you get
because here's the thing, and Casey
give up to get him.
Casey mentioned it. You don't have to give up a whole lot, probably. So maybe you use your other assets to swing for a John Collins or somebody like that. I could see the Kings, hopefully, making some big moves this offseason. They got to do something, right?
Yes.
And so I'm all on board with that. So,
how about you, Jay? Zach LaVine, where are you in Zach LaVine? Because I'm
still on board.
My needle is moved.
Yeah.
Where? Which way, though?
He's on board with us.
I've always been like, well, yeah, you have to do that. And now I'm like, yes, you should do that. Talent.
Is it Casey changed your mind or just?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I've kind of been
basically somebody other than Drapes. Somebody.
You got me to the point where like, you should probably do that.
But this is a guy, right there with him every day. Who knows? So yeah. No more, a great source of Zach LaVine news than Casey Johnson.
He did admit that he's like you. He's got the, the fever or whatever it is, the LaVine fever.
And rightfully so. He sees him every day. It'd be different if he hated him and things like that, but he thinks Zach in the right situation can be a really good player. So.
Jay, you have that exercise where you ask, would you rather be the Kings or this other team?
Mm-hmm.
Kings or the Bulls right now? Kings, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Because they've been trying to get into the playoffs, trying, they can't. Now they got to start tearing things down.
Yeah.
And they were never very good.
Right. They got to tear things down to the studs, it sounds like. You get DeRozan's a free agent. LaVine, you're looking to trade. We didn't even ask him about Vucevic, what are they going to do with him? But they're going with the youth movement, it sounds like.
I read somewhere that they might have been able to get more for Caruso at the deadline last year, but they kept him because they were hoping to actually accomplish something.
Sneak into the play-in?
Yeah. And then they didn't. They didn't. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Mitch has been hanging on. Let's pop Mitch on. Find out what's going on back east. Hello, Mitch. How are you?
Hey guys, how are we doing?
Good.
I'm glad we got Monk with the draft. Take best player available. But what will cost more or less? We'll have to reach Shepard or Bellingham or go after Zach because I like Zach too.
What do you think, Drapes? Zach Edey, Reed Shepard.
Shepard he's not going to be there. Oh. Yeah, he's going to be gone. Dillingham. Now that you got Malik, you might make another trade. I don't like that pick.
Right.
And we talked about Zach Edey. You know, it's like, he's a nice player, but not a fit for our team.
Thank you, Mitch. Appreciate that. You're still Jacoby Walter, right?
I'm still on Jacoby Walter. But some of the mocks I'm seeing have Dalton Connect sliding.
Ooh.
And so I would rather have Dalton Connect than Jacoby Walter. But based on where I think they'll be, give me Jacoby Walter. He's my guy.
One of my guys, Deron Holmes.
Yeah.
The second, looks like now Denver might be the team.
Denver's the team.
Hey, just relax.
But where are they at, though? They're deep in the draft, right? Late first round, right? Is he projected higher than that or no?
I don't know, but for him, it's like, well, I know I'm going to be a first-round pick. So, and then if someone takes me sooner than that, great. So I'm set.
And that's a good organization to go to, right?
That's the worst-case scenario.
Yeah.
I'm in good shape.
Would you rather be picked higher and go to Utah or lower and go to an organization like Denver at this point?
I think the main thing for me would be, can I play there?
Can I play? Right.
Which is typically a worse team.
Yeah. And you talk to people and talk to players. It's not about that first contract. It's being in position for that second contract. Can you show something to get that second contract too?
Yeah. That's the unique thing about Denver is they're kind of top heavy. So if you're a young player, you come in, you like Christian Brown.
Yeah.
You can play. You'll play.
You'll get some minutes
on a really
good team. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Speaking of the draft, Kristen Peak, NBA draft analyst for Yahoo, joins us. When we come back, I don't believe Mr. Draper is going to be with us.
Yeah, I think I got to get out of here.
Yeah.
I might hang around for Kristen. I might. Let me see. Let me feel it out. And let me see. Because it's more NBA draft talk. And, I want to hear what she says about my guy, Jacoby Walter.
All right. Well, Drapes be here. Stick around and find out. Sactown Sports.
It's the Make This the Summer event, and it's going on now at Lodi Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Hi, everyone. Leonard Harrington here, and I want to tell you how we make your buying experience at Lodi CDJR as easy as possible. You can come in for a visit, or you can do everything online at LodiCDJR.com. Just pick out the make and model you want and scroll through our large in-stock inventory. Next, schedule a test drive at the click of a button. If you want to finance your vehicle, you can start your paperwork online too, saving you plenty of time before you get here. And if you're looking to sell your vehicle or looking to buy, we'll give you an instant cash offer online too. At Lodi Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, we make it easier than ever to put you into a new vehicle. It's what we do. Online at LodiCDJR.com or in person. We're right off 99 in Kettleman, where we're open till 9 every night and Sundays after church.
Prices are better at the Low Price Center. Lodi Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Visit us at LodiCDJR.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for my good friends at American Energy. Now, I've told you this before, but this is what we call extending a good deal. Right now, American Energy Heat and Air is diagnostic for $99. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Never mind. They're offering it free. It's a $99 value, but you get it for $0. Let the American Energy team test your system connections and all the moving parts of that system to ensure that it's functioning properly. Now, this is a limited time offer. Call today to schedule your appointment at 916-520-9990. Speak to the company that has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau that's been making the greater Sacramento area proud since 1981. 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
It's the ride everybody wants to be driving, and Elk Grove Kia has them in stock right now. I'm talking about the 2024 Kia Telluride. And my friends at Elk Grove Kia can get you behind the wheel of a 2024 Telluride SX for only $419 a month, plus taxes and fees. Whenever I see one of these driving down the road or next to me at a red light, I just stop and admire it because the Kia Telluride just looks iconic. And not only is the Kia Telluride beautiful, it's got room for the whole family. There's a seating capacity for up to 7 passengers. Plus, it's loaded with tech. So is the 2024 Kia Telluride the right ride for you and your family? Come on down to Elk Grove Kia in the Elk Grove Auto Mall. Give it a test drive. And just a heads up, when you're here at Elk Grove Kia, you're going to be treated very well. You're not going to get this kind of car buying experience in Roseville, Vacaville, Sacramento, or Davis. That's why Elk Grove Kia has so many 5-star reviews. Again, check them out in the Elk Grove Auto Mall or online, elkgrovekia.com. 24-month lease, $0 security deposit, 20 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year, $4,999 due at signing based on approval of credit. VIN number 501850, ends June 30th, 2024.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm meteorologist Heather Waldman in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It'll be a comfortable Friday evening with an onshore breeze. We'll start Saturday in the low 60s. It's going to be a hot afternoon with highs in the triple digits. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA app.
Shop Folsom Lake Kia for special offers right now. I'm Coach Doug Christie urging you to visit my friends at Folsom Lake Kia and save big on your next new or certified pre-owned vehicle right now. Visit FolsomLakeKia.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Ah, the sweet feelings of summer. The kiss of warm sun on your skin. The softly scented breeze blowing through the trees. Don't worry, you have Off Clean Feel, fragrance-free mosquito repellent that feels good on skin, so even mosquitoes can't ruin those sweet feelings of summer. Off Clean Feel. Prevention is the best protection from mosquitoes.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino. Sacramento summertime heat is back. And of course, Cap Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, wants to invite everyone to soak up some air conditioning, still with the most variety of table games in the region. And as always, the best food, best service, and the best action, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Capital Casino, of course, reminding everyone to please make sure you gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
At the Good Feet store, we take pain very seriously. Whether in the foot, knee, hip, or back, Good Feet makes over 300 styles, flexibilities, and sizes of pain-relieving arch supports. With 26 bones, 30 joints, and over 100 muscles, tendons, and ligaments in each foot, a lot can go painfully wrong. So there's a trained arch support specialist at each Good Feet store to give you a precision fit. Come in for a free fitting and test walk. No appointment necessary. Good Feet arch supports are HSA, FSA eligible.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Vacaville. Online at goodfeet.com.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, Major League Baseball going to Birmingham's historic Rickwood Field for the very important tribute to the Negro Leagues is also a reminder of the A's history in Birmingham. The 1967 Birmingham A's won the Southern League Championship, is considered one of the greatest minor league teams of all time, and featured the likes of Joe Rudy, Tony La Russa, Raleigh Fingers, Dave Duncan, and Reggie Jackson.
Want more speed? Well, Xfinity just increased their internet speeds, and they're faster than ever. It's time to get more out of your internet with faster speeds from Xfinity. Now through June 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for only $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. That's double the speed for the same great price. Click, call, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and other charges extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Award-winning country sensation Lee Brice is back.
Ain't trying to meet nobody. You're just here.
Live in concert. Friday, June 28th, 7:30 p.m. The venue in Thunder Valley. Lee Brice. Special guest Abby Anderson. The venue at Thunder Valley. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss Lee Brice live.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Live and local. Every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Before we get to our guest, real quickly, just want to see what the smartest listeners and viewers in radio and on YouTube are saying about the NBA draft. Tony put his name on it. Look at Edey's combine numbers. He's not as slow as you think. He's better than Klingon. He also put up big numbers against Klingon in the NCAA final. Draft Edey. We have on the chat. Oh, people going after Dalton Connect. Connect will not connect in the NBA. Dalton Connect is the next Nick Stauskas. What is going on?
Got all these experts out here, huh?
Yeah, we got a true expert nice enough to join us now. NBA draft analyst for Yahoo, Kristen Peak, with us. How are you today, Kristen?
Hey, guys. I'm great. How are you? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you very much for your time. Let's start with Zach Edey. He was in town this week. He was one of the players the Kings worked out. Kings fans are doing they're doing jumping jacks over the idea of drafting Zach Edey. He's moving up on draft boards, right? Where do you think Zach Edey is likely to end up?
I've been told he's not going to be on the board by 20. He canceled workouts with Phoenix, who are at 22. I think it is very ambitious to think that he is going to go as high as the lottery, just with his limitations defensively and how he's going to be headhunted in the pick and roll until he's off the court. I get the intrigue. I think this is the perfect draft for him. I'm not necessarily sold yet, but I have come around for him as a first-round draft prospect, especially in this draft where there's just so much uncertainty.
I'm looking at your big board here on Yahoo Sports. You got Ron Holland at 13. Coming out of high school, he was, the consensus number one. Why do you think he's fallen, and what do you think his upside is in the NBA?
The reason why Ron is falling instead of, Modest Buzelis, who still remains like a top 5, top 6, top 7 prospect, probably still in the lottery, is just Ron and what his limitations are off the ball. So if you watch what he's done, in his one season with the G League Ignite, he needed the ball in his hands. And in this draft, you're looking for complementary pieces. And if you're going to be drafting someone like Ron Holland, in order for him to stay on the court, he's going to have to put the ball's going to have to be in his hands. That and his limited 3-point jump shot is kind of why he's falling outside of the lottery.
Kristen Peak is with us, Yahoo draft analyst. I realize, Kristen, no one knows what this draft is. We all have our guesses. You obviously have a more educated guess than most of us, but nobody knows until years from now. That said, the feeling was, this is a bad draft. Now I see that some believe the middle of the first round, going all the way to the number 20 to 25 range, features intriguing options before the class levels out again in the second round. We'll find out soon enough, but what do experts think of this draft now? Is it a bad draft, or, hey, no superstars, but not as bad as we had originally thought?
It's still being considered a quote-unquote bad draft. You got to look at the Atlanta Hawks, and they're sandwiched in between a Victor Wembanyama draft and also a Cooper Flagg and Ace Bailey draft next year, right?
Yeah.
So when you're drafting, particularly at the top, anywhere in the first round, you're looking for complementary pieces. You're looking for guys that can come in and try to help you win, not necessarily players that you're going to be building around. So that's why this draft is considered quote unquote weaker, because there are going to be, and I will say this, there is going to be a dude. We just don't know where it is. The teams are really going to have to rely on their scouting department, and they're going to have to try to find that dude, whether it's in 2013 when Giannis Antetokounmpo went 15th, a year later, Nikola Jokic went 41st. So I think it's going to be more of that draft. We just don't know where the guy is yet, because let's be honest, there's a bunch of one and done young 18, 19-year-old prospects that are going to take 2 or 3 years to develop in the NBA before we know what their true potential is.
Well, one of those guys that, is not 18 or 19, but 23, Dalton Connect. How much do you think of what he's did at Tennessee can translate to the NBA? Some people in our YouTube chat called him the next Nick Stauskas. I'm not buying that.
I'm done cold for.
Right. I like Dalton Connect. What can you tell me about him?
Listen, I don't know what film they were watching, if that's who they're comping him to. He was the top scorer in the SEC. He was double teamed every time he touched the ball, and teams were trying to get him not to score. And even then, he was finding a way to be a playmaker. He decided to go to Tennessee over North Carolina and Kansas because they were one of the best defensive teams in the country. And he knew he had to work on his footwork, his foot speed on the perimeter, and that's what he did. So this is a guy who's chasing competition. Is he a little bit older? Yes, but he is that guy that can come in and contribute right away with just his physicality, his playmaking, and just his scoring IQ.
Kristen Peak with us, NBA draft analyst for Yahoo. Who would be your favorite, assuming you have one, your favorite sleeper in this draft?
Oh, okay. My favorite sleeper that could sneak into the first round is A.J. Johnson, a 6'6", 6'7", combo guard. He was incredible at the combine. He had 15 points the first day. The next day he showed more of his facilitating, made Bronny James look really good. He had 6 assists. very long, still needs to add some weight to his frame. Every time I see him, I want to give him like 10 cheeseburgers just so he can, bulk up a little bit. But I know that there are a couple teams in the back half of the first round that really like him. When we're looking at the lottery specifically, Devin Carter is getting a ton of buzz sneaking inside the top 10, just with, just how physical he was in terms of his athleticism at the combine. He blew through the agility testing, had a 42-inch max vert, broke the poor man 40 at, the 3/4 half-court sprint, whatever that is. He broke the combine record. And he's just this is a guy that Spurs brought him in with Steph Castle for a workout, and he's not backing down from any competition. He's like, okay, Steph Castle, you are a projected top 5 player. I don't have a problem coming in and working out with you. So this whole thing where the strategy is 1-on-0 workouts, I want to protect my client, that's not happening with Devin Carter, and I think more teams are seeing his upside as a two-way point guard.
Hey, Kristen, now let me ask you about Bronny James. And as I'm sitting here thinking about it, to me, it seems like he's being helped by being LeBron James' son, but also there's a part of me that feels like being LeBron's son is hurting him, the narrative surrounding him. Where do you see Bronny James? What kind of prospect is? I know he didn't look great at USC. I also feel that at USC, they didn't use him properly. He was just playing the team game. We really didn't get to see the best of him. Who is Bronny James?
The one thing I will say is, because I've been covering Bronny James now for 5 years, ever since he was an incoming freshman at Sierra Canyon High School. The one thing I will say, and this is the thing that people aren't talking about enough, Bronny James was a shell of himself at USC. I don't want to hear about his stats at USC. People are like, oh, you had under 5 points per game. What we're not talking about is he had cardiac arrest and heart surgery in August and was back on the court in December. What he showed at the combine is that he is a prospect. And the thing that I'll credit to Bronny is he's had more pressure on him than any other player in this draft. And every time the pressure has been put on him at the highest point, he delivers. Whether that's, he's a McDonald's All-American only because of who his dad is. He went 5 for 8 from 3-point range. He only got the invite to the combine because of who his dad is. He was second in the 3-point shooting star drill, and played very well in the 5-on-5 scrimmage. I don't think there's any team outside of the Los Angeles Lakers where he'll end up. I've said this before. I think there's 3 teams going into the draft that know exactly what they're doing. The Atlanta Hawks, the Washington Wizards are zeroing in on Alex Sarr, and the Lakers at 55 with Bronny James. I think Rich Paul has made it very clear we're not taking a two-way. He's only working out for the Suns and the Lakers. And I think every team between, pick 30 and pick 55 are just going to let the floodgates open. They don't want to play chicken with Rich Paul in terms of, Clutch is a massive agency, and that would put in jeopardy future clients. So they're just going to let the Lakers take him at 55. We're going to see the first father-son duo hit the court, and LeBron is going to have his farewell tour.
Dang. Kristen, before we let you go, I'm just wondering, what do you think of my guy, Tristan da Silva, and what do you think of him as a good fit for the Kings or not at 13?
I think Tristan da Silva is going to be right there in discussion for the late lottery pick. We're going to see him either late lottery. I don't think he goes past probably 22. The thing with teams is you got to decide, is Tristan da Silva another iteration of Chris Duarte and Kevin Knox, or can he come in and be that hybrid wing, hybrid stretch 4 that is going to help a team win championships? If we've learned anything from the playoffs this year, it's teams are valuing now the longer sort of hybrid stretch 4s that can extend to the 3-point line, and Tristan da Silva has those type of qualities that teams are looking to get over the hump and go far in the playoffs.
And who do you think they're going to take at 13? What's your best guess?
What's funny is they're picking right after OKC, and nobody ever knows what Sam Presti's thinking. So it won't surprise me whoever is left on the board for you guys or for the Sacramento Kings to take. I think, there's probably they're going to be targeting either a front court person or a wing to add some length. But again, in this draft, it's you zero in on whoever you want, and it doesn't matter who's on the board. I think teams are just going to go for best fit and what's going to fit their system.
Thank you very much. We know you're extremely busy right now. We appreciate your time. Hope you have a great weekend. Hope to talk to you again soon.
Thanks, guys. Anytime.
All right, Kristen, thanks.
We appreciate it. When we come back, we'll tell you about the NBA expert who had a hard time finding the words to express how important and how big the signing of Malik Monk is for the Kings. That's next on Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Granger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
No one knows the importance of a great assist more than Lowe's and Leo Messi. That's why we've teamed up to give My Lowe's Rewards members 10 times the points when Messi makes an assist during CONMEBOL Copa America USA 2024. Activate this offer starting June 20th, so when Messi assists, you score. Shop the day after an assist to earn those extra points. Not a My Lowe's Rewards member? Join for free today.
NBA basketball returns to Golden One Center this July 6th, 7th, and 9th for the California Classic Summer League Games. 3-day passes in the lower level start at just $66 and include access to all 6 games. See your Sacramento Kings as they host the San Antonio Spurs and Charlotte Hornets, featuring newly drafted rookies, NBA sophomores, and other athletes competing to make NBA rosters. Visit kings.com/California Classic for more information and to buy your tickets today.
18 number ones. What was I thinking? Countless ACM and CMA awards. Sold out world tours. And now, Dierks Bentley is coming to Sacramento for Country in the Park 2. September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo with Parmalee, I love you just the way Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Plus line dancing, food trucks, and more. Tickets available now at CITVFest.com.
Brought to you by Bonnie Electrical Heating and Air and the U.S. Marines.
Dawn or dusk, I'm on the hunt. Skeeter here, Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District, and I'm wearing Skeeter Vision, night vision goggles that light up skeeters at dawn or dusk like the 4th of July. Mosquito, 12 o'clock. Got him. So fight the bite by wearing long sleeves and pants at dawn or dusk when they're most active. Apply insect repellent and drain stagnant water. It's a breeding ground.
Dawn or dusk, the Sacramento Yolo Mosquito and Vector Control District reminds you to fight the bite. For more information or to report problems, go to fightthebite.net.
Hey, Sacramento, get ready to rock, groove, and have a blast with the Sactown Sports live events calendar. It's an unbeatable lineup of shows you won't want to miss. First up at Thunder Valley on June 22nd, don't miss NSYNC and Backstreet stars Joey Fatone and AJ McLean as they bring back the hits. On June 28th, it's country sensation Lee Brice lighting up the stage, all at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. And check out your Live Nation lineup on August 4th. Don't miss the Outlaw Music Festival at Toyota Amphitheater, featuring Willie Nelson, Bob Dylan, and John Mellencamp. On August 15th, catch Donnie Osmond at Hard Rock Live Sacramento. And then on August 22nd, Creed Fisher takes the stage at Ace of Spades. And coming up September 10th, enjoy the timeless sounds of the Doobie Brothers at Toyota Amphitheater. Visit livenation.com for all your ticket information. And stay tuned to Sactown Sports for exclusive updates and your chance to win tickets. Stuck in a downtown meeting marathon? Need a post-work pick-me-up? Head over to Public House Downtown, the corner of 16th and L Streets. That's right, Public House Downtown, your one-stop shop for good times. With 60 beers on tap, come catch the game on 25 HD TVs. Public House Downtown serves up creative American food all day long. Lunch, happy hour, dinner, and even weekend brunch. Public House Downtown. Food, beer, sports. Want to see the menu or plan your visit? Check out their website at phdowntown.com. Find your crew and find your fun at Public House Downtown.
Nighttime is the right time to track your golf ball's flight time at the Hagen Oaks Top Tracer driving range. It's more relaxed at night with people enjoying the Top Tracer technology where you can play Pebble Beach at Hagen Oaks. You can compete against your friends in a variety of games or just practice with the Top Tracer television technology. There's food when you're hungry from the Hangout food truck or enjoy a craft beer on the brand new patio with relaxed seating. And don't forget the summer-long free concert schedule. It's the Hagen Oaks driving range nightly until midnight, Fulton Avenue at Cap City Freeway.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Mr. Draper has Kings duties, I believe.
No. He's got
he had to go mow.
part of that.
Didn't he have to go mow Malik's lawn?
I thought he was washing the windows.
You said duties.
He's emceeing an event, through the team. That's what happens when you're the voice of the Kings,
right?
You know, one of the voices of the Kings, I should say, because the G-Man is the voice of the Kings. But when you're one of the voices of the Kings, you have to go do a few different things, and so he's emceeing a charitable foundation. The Kiwanis House, which is actually, and I was just talking to him about it, it has to do with Shriners Children's Hospital and, over in that UC Davis area. And as you guys know, or at least here, my daughter is actually going to Shriners because she had a leg injury, so I'm all about that right now.
Okay.
And that's why I was trying to tell him, like, dude, when you have stuff like this, you have to involve all the drive guys. It can't just be a Kyle Draper, LeBron's,
Right.
Can I be Damon Jones?
Yeah. He's like,
Can I be Boobie Gibson?
I want to be Larry Hughes.
Can I be Malik Beasley? Yeah. Oh, you got to wear the headband then.
Yeah, all right. I will.
I don't want to be, don't leave me out now.
Yeah. By the way, Carmichael Dave looks like Zydrunas Ilgauskas. Remember
of course,
him?
The big Z?
Yeah. I saw Carmichael Dave had kind of that look. So anyway, we roll on here. Drace will be back with us on Monday. Sam Vicini writes about the NBA and writes about the draft. Here's what
Athletic, right?
Yeah, thank you. Here's what he had to say about the Malik deal. How big is the Malik deal? Really, truly cannot overemphasize how important this is for SAC. Gives them so many more options in growing out their team in the draft and trade market. Just enormous deal for them to retain Monk. Thought for sure he'd get more in free agency. That's not somebody writing for, the Kings Herald or anything like that, or doing a Kings podcast. That's Sam Vicini saying enormous, cannot overemphasize how important this is for SAC. That's why we're celebrating today, Jay.
I get it, but I don't know if we need to throw a full-on parade. I don't think we need a K-Dot concert to celebrate what's going on. But listen, I've said this a few times. I want to make sure, if nothing else, congratulations to Malik Monk, right?
Yeah.
We definitely want to congratulate Malik Monk. I know Emran will do that coming up here probably in about 8-9 minutes. He'll congratulate Malik Monk.
Yeah.
But I believe, if nothing else, let's give him his flowers. Let's salute him for steady, still wanting to be here in Sacramento, still wanting to be a part of the Sacramento Kings organization, still wanting to be, the King of Kings, as you call him.
King of the Kings.
The King of the Kings.
Like
you eloquently called him.
I like that.
Do you remember what game that was?
King of the Kings.
That was you right there.
Yeah.
Mike was a little hot. I couldn't tell that was really Whitey Gleason, the Whitey G that I know,
because I was holding it too close to because it's a handheld.
Yeah, they passed that thing around like community plates.
The best thing was when I said that and he goes, I like that.
Yeah. So maybe the nickname, like we might have to add that, but I'm with Drapes though. What else
You're
we
right.
got?
You're right.
What else do we have, White?
We got a lot of work to do, or the Kings do. You've been around a long time. I know Emran's been in town a long time.
Emran, have you been around in town a long time?
Kings fan a long time.
Kings fan since I was born, roughly. I was like 8 or whatever it was.
1930. I can't. I'm way older than you.
Hey, I gotta just say something real quick. Shoot or shoot, baby.
That's it.
Shoot or shoot.
You're not lying.
Okay.
What you got, White? Been around.
Yeah. Well, I was remembering what it was like when C-Web re-signed.
Oh,
because that was the next biggest thing. It's like,
is that where we're going?
Well, hold on now. It's so different, right? Because you remember C-Web signed, it was July of 2001 when the announcement came that he was going to stay in Sacramento for $123 million over 7, which was the maximum allowable. And the difference is, and I love Chris Webber, but the difference is he left as a free agent, looked around, and then decided to come back because apparently he couldn't find anything better. Remember that? And, bless him. But the thing is, Malik didn't even look, and he could have gotten more somewhere else, but he stayed here. Now, I'm not saying Chris Webber should have done that, but the contrast, Chris Webber, the greatest player in Sacramento Kings history, in my opinion, that he had an interesting relationship with Sacramento. Would you guys agree? He didn't really always like it here. We knew that because he told us he didn't really always like it here.
Yeah, that's in the beginning when he was on the plane and he said he flew over the cows and all that type of stuff. By the time he got here, he was insulated and entrenched in the community. Don't fall into that narrative.
I just know the way it was.
One thing I know about is this. When people come to Sacramento, as we're starting to see even more, you come to Sacramento, you don't leave. And I'm talking about athletes, players, guys alike. It's one of the places that people always say, and we even got Pat Beverly. We got drops of people talking about Sac is lit.
Yes.
Sac is one of those places to be. I would love to play for the Kings. Don't have an understanding why, we're still, and this is part of Sacramento's community and us painting our own narrative. Let's stop buying into that stuff. Why we continue to keep bringing up Chris Webber?
Well,
yeah, but
the
Whitey, my
contrast
daughter
is
wasn't born. Your daughter was barely born.
I know, but the contrast between that and now is interesting. And it's not a matter of, ooh, Chris Webber's best. Not. He did what he should do, and he will always be a fixture here. But in contrast to Chris Webber, who, and he came here in 99, didn't want to be here. He was traded here, made the best of it, obviously. Was here 99, 2000, 2001 season was going to be his last year of his contract. And there was a cloud over that season because, everyone thought he was going to go. They got swept by the Lakers. I remember I was at that game, and everyone thought, this is it. This is the end of this team, and he's going to leave. And he stayed. And it looked like maybe he just couldn't find anything better. Either way, he stayed. I'm not going after Chris Webber. I'm saying Malik didn't even look. That's the difference. We have a guy now.
Webb, though.
Huh?
Webb didn't look.
Okay. I would beg to differ. I think he did look, and I don't blame him.
You don't think Malik looked? You don't think NBA? Nah, you don't think NBA? And let's be real. You don't think NBA teams have reached out to his brother, who's part of his and his other agent Jeff? You don't think they know what's going on?
I think I know for a fact, I should say, he could have gotten more money somewhere else, right?
Of course, we do know that.
But he wanted to stay here. It's just unusual. This isn't about Malik versus Chris Webber. It's about Malik Monk. This is such an unusual and unique situation in Sacramento history where a player that we all wanted to stay, he stayed of his own volition. He looks like maybe he's coming off the bench. That's okay. He stayed. It's really unusual and it's really special. That's all.
Maybe in sports, but let's think about this, right? We all take jobs. We all take opportunities that don't necessarily pay us the most, right? I certainly, owning a baseball card shop isn't the most absolutely lucrative thing that I could have done in my career.
That's because you keep giving us free stuff to put on the air.
And that's why I run a nonprofit at True Sports Cards. I'm a thousandaire. So what I would tell you is that sometimes the fit's better. Who knows what was promised behind the scenes? Is he getting a starting job? Does he deserve it? Absolutely. Was that kind of a wink, wink? This is what's going to be part of it. And I think also ask Monty Williams. Monty Williams, who got fired, only took the job because he's like, how can I pass up this money? But he was going to take the year off, recover, spend time with family. His wife was going through cancers. There was life things that were more important than him, but he stepped up and said, well, the money's there, so I got to take this thing. He took it, and what a miserable year he probably had professionally. So sometimes the money isn't there. Here's the other thing that I look at with the Malik situation. When Malik has committed to this $78 million, which is money left on the table, he did give the Kings ability, the upper tier brass, the front office, to say, now that we got Malik locked down, we can actually make moves knowing who's going to be on this roster.
Agreed. Yeah.
And that's really important if you're trying to create a winning team.
Yeah.
So by locking in really early, now they have a different view of what the draft is going to look like. Could they trade the pick now? Could they take a big man knowing that they got their shooting guard back? There's a lot of positives that happen here. And 78 million, 95 million with a Pistons, I'm sorry.
Right.
I'll take 78 million and a chance at a real deep run in the playoffs than having a miserable team that doesn't even have a coach yet. There's a lot of factors there that maybe the money does not matter.
Absolutely. I just think it's great for fans who love this team and would do anything for this team to see a guy who has a chance to do other things and he decides, nope, I like it here too in Sacramento. I like this team. And that's worth celebrating.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not a Whitey, I'm not going against what you're saying. What I'm saying is, because I agree with what you're saying, I agree with Imran saying, I'm agreeing with a lot of fans celebrating the fact that we kept one of our own. He is one of our guys. And I've also I want to make sure we salute the Monk family, because he said, it's not only just him, it's his family that's coming with him. It is family. This type of money, no matter how you molded is going to set precedent for generations if he handles it correctly. So salute to Monk family. I'm over the narrative though of like, we don't have to celebrate things that we should not so much as earn, but we should be expecting some of this. Like too many times we settle for the less. Like, oh my goodness, we kept a free agent. So everybody does. We need to be thinking that way to win a championship with the understanding that free agents leave. We get it. Understandable. Malik Monk seen something here in Sacramento and he wants to be here. Salute to him. We ain't throwing no championship parade though. Like, cool.
Well, it's
what
a little
else is
unusual.
next?
You're right.
The days of the people that want to
think of that.
Yeah,
That's
the days of the
over.
people that don't want to sign with the Kings is kind of over. I mean,
There you go.
You got Fox, you got Sabonis, both doing long-term deals to stay in this beautiful
You're right.
city.
Yes, you're right.
But
so are they higher ranked stars above Malik? Yeah, they are. And so when we see a Fox re-sign for big numbers, and we see DeMontis, who took a small haircut, but he re-signed, these are all-star, all NBA players that are saying, I'm committed to this location. We shouldn't be surprised.
Yes.
Jay, that somebody like
Right.
Malik is saying, I want to play next to all-stars and I want to go deep run in the playoffs.
And people have already done it. DeMarcus Cousins resigned here. We know it hurt. It crushed him.
To get traded?
To be traded. He wanted to be here. And that's what I'm saying. When you talk to NBA, the dignitaries, you talk to the athletes, we put them on here. We're doing a King series of throwback Kings. And what does everybody say to the person? Sacramento is one of the best places I could have ever played.
City of trees.
City of trees.
Yes.
So it's not surprising anymore that we're in the likes of keeping Malik Monk. And so what I'm saying is it's okay for Sacramento to poke our chests out a little bit. Like, but it sounds bad because it's like, oh, we're not celebrating Malik. Like, and Draper started the show. It's like, all respect and love to Malik, but what else we got going on? Because he was already a King. I expected him to be here as much as, we threw our hands in the air and panicked and worried about it. I talked about it yesterday. I put him with the Zach LaVine. I built the fantasy lineup and Malik was here. And you were like, hey, we got to make sure Malik stays here. Understandable.
Yeah.
I'm just expecting that.
Yeah.
I'm looking for bigger and better goals. We're looking for championships. A win is keeping Malik here, but the ultimate goal is making sure Malik gets a championship. That's what we're looking for.
Yes, and when we come back, we'll tell you why Imran may be the most relieved person in Sacramento.
What you mean, baby?
Staying. Next on Sactown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We're going abroad for the first time in years, to Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ziprecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
At Ashton & Price, over the last 25 years, we've won just about every injury case you can think of. Slip and fall, falling merchandise, fell through rotted decking, we won those. Dangerous stairs, falls into holes, dog bites, won them. Injured while pedestrian or on a bicycle, auto, motorcycle, big rig, company vehicle, Uber, or Lyft accident, we've won them all. And the best news is there's no fee until you win. So no matter how you got injured,
remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
At Elk Grove Honda, we make sure every certified pre-owned Honda is one we'd buy from ourselves. And right now, you'll find interest rates as low as 1.99% APR on approved credit. Our Honda-trained technicians only certify our Hondas if they pass a thorough 182-point inspection. See our exceptional selection of Elk Grove Honda certified pre-owned Hondas with interest rates as low as 1.99% APR on approved credit. In the Elk Grove Auto Mall or online at elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at PowerCopier.com.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kent Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kent Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your new home for 49ers football in the 916.
Sactown Sports.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
There goes my hero. Here comes our hero. It's Imran Pilati.
Yeah, but my hero is Malik Monk for lots of reasons.
That worked out for you, huh? For Kings fans, you're a Kings fan, but there's more to it.
Yeah, we had Malik Monk obviously as an autograph guest at our event, and you know I don't want to play poker with Malik Monk because that guy had a poker face about whether or not he was going to stay or not.
You sat right there. You guaranteed all of us he ain't staying. That's a little bit of an exaggeration, but I know you didn't.
I mean, this is exaggeration as if you had a pristine Mickey Mantle rookie card. I will just say that the way that he was at that was excellent. I mean, he's a very nice person. He's really just a fantastic person to be around. But from year to year, 2024 felt different than 23. And it just felt like he was very unsure about where he was going to go. So, you know, I'm sitting on, and he's signing autographs in the back for our back stock. And you know, I've got about 500 Malik Monk autographed jerseys, Kings jerseys. And so I'm sitting there going, please sign with the Kings. Otherwise I'm like, if you're going to Detroit, am I unstitching jersey numbers and hoping that he's number 0 on the Pistons? You know, that's a risk that you take when you have players that are still active. You know, they may change, and people don't want the old jersey. Who really wants a Malik Monk Charlotte Hornets jersey right now, or even a Lakers jersey? They don't want that.
That's true even of the cards to a degree, right?
Yeah. I mean, when it comes to rookie cards, Malik Monk was drafted by the Hornets. There's nothing that's going to change there. It's a rookie card. But when you have an item that you have signed, if I could give any piece of advice to anybody that's going to autograph signing or anything like that, do not get an inscription with an active player about some details, like 2-time NBA champion. Somebody, when they got a Tom Brady autograph, something, asked for a 2-time NBA champion inscription, which they thought was neat. Unfortunately, the guy got 5 more after that. So that really kills the inscription value on that item. So
Tom Brady actually didn't win any NBA championships.
Right. Did I say NBA champions? I'm staring at a Malik Monk jersey. Yeah, that's okay. At least I didn't say
perfectionist does over there. Look at you. He's gonna hold you accountable.
Hey, this is easy work, baby. Easy.
Speaking of autographs, here's a question for you about, let's see, Campio says, True Sports. Sim run, but thank you, Campio. I have an autograph, Willie Mays photo of his Vic Wirtz catch. It has the verifying sticker on the back of the frame. What would it be worth today?
Okay, bad.
I don't know how big it is.
Let's just start with the first thing.
Yeah.
Any authentication that is not attached to the physical product, right? Because anybody could stick anything on the back of a picture frame. It doesn't matter. Anytime you see authentication, you're going to have a tamper-proof sticker on the actual area or item that the autograph is on. So if you look right here on this jersey, which we're going to be talking about here in just a few minutes, this Malik Monk autograph jersey, you could stick this JSA sticker anywhere on this jersey. But the reason why it's stuck right on the actual number is because that's where the autograph is. So that way you can't just have a fake number 0, stitch this on there, because the authentication sticker is somewhere on the neck tag or something. So it has to be actually on the piece. So right away,
Campio's a regular, man. You got to let him down easy.
Hey, shout out Compio. Congratulations on your item. I just want to make sure that can be verified later. And a third party can come back later and authenticate that for you. We're actually doing an event where we're doing some drop-offs at the store with PSA DNA. So if you want to come by the store and you could drop off your item no later than Sunday, we can have it done for you next weekend at a show that we're going to be at, and then return it back before July 4th.
Ignorant question. You said PSA DNA. Does that mean just autographs?
Yeah. Authentication of autographs.
Okay.
Yeah. That's
what's the DNA stand for? You know?
I don't know. Listen, I went to public school and
I got you.
Isn't it like the DNA, the deoxyribonucleic acid thing? Isn't that?
It's like real life DNA was what we're talking about?
That's what I thought.
Like, you mean to tell me they actually have a hair follicle on the equipment? Like, what are we talking about?
That's what I thought it was. Maybe not.
There's just a catchy name. I don't know.
Yeah.
True Sports. Are you only telling the truth only? Yes.
Let me jump in there to get a question here, because this is a personal thing, and this is something that I wouldn't sell, but I also want to know. I have the last ball from Derek Jeter's last game with the lineup card, right? And so I have that through the umpire friend who umpired the game. Home plate was the home plate umpire. So he's like, hey, here, take it. You have it. I will never, but it has the authentication sticker on there
by MLB,
from my MLB,
yeah.
right? So I don't have to PSA.
You said that's his last game?
Yes. Yeah.
I would think
he was the home umpire.
I don't know anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth memories,
I know, but cash wise, if you ever chose
sell it,
exactly.
Were you there?
You know where I'm going.
No,
I was not.
Okay, so he said memories.
Yeah,
and then I was going, were you there?
Nope.
He remembers when they got.
He remembers when.
Thank you, sir.
Remember that time when you handed it to me?
Yeah,
that's the best.
Yeah. What do you think?
Well, so I'm good. The fact that I have the MLB sticker on there, I don't need to. Okay,
I will give you $43 for it right now.
Ooh. The ball's probably worth a solid $5. Let me think about it.
A last game ball of Derek Jeter authenticated by MLB
with the lineup card.
Lineup cards. Neither here nor there.
No.
Okay, for you, because of the memories of you being there when the guy handed it to you.
I appreciate that.
Here in Sacramento.
Yes. Yeah. Actually, the guy said it.
I remember going to FedEx to pick it up. Oh, the memories that I had.
Unlike
quivering bottom lip.
And this is the thing. See, I'm smart. I would head over to True Sports Cards out in Rockland. You can drop the address, and I would make sure, just like a young lady did with you a couple weeks ago, you shared the story. I'm not letting it out of my hand, right? So I'm not gonna send it. It's hand-to-hand combat.
Right.
He gave it to me, put it in my fingerprints. I have it at the house in some glass or whatever. But I just find it interesting because there are things that you need to send in to PSA or JSA, right?
Yeah.
JSA.
James Smith's
right?
authentication.
JSA compared to if MLB or the league already slaps a sticker on there, that basically means it's real.
Is it signed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So PSA or JSA would only be authenticating the authenticity of the autograph. They
Okay.
wouldn't say, yes, this is a ball that was used on the final game.
Gotcha.
That's what MLB does.
Okay.
And that's the benefit for them.
By the way, Compio with an update. I was standing in front of him when he signed it.
I think that that's very valuable. And as long as Compio Silva
yes, sir.
Stands with me as I sell it to the next person and vouches the same way.
You're saying there's an authentication issue if you wanted to sell that.
Correct. But if there's nothing better than having it signed in person and to have that, by the way, I don't believe, based on my experience and my inside knowledge, that Willie Mays has done any autograph signings in the last 10 years.
Wow.
I think that there are massive amounts of fakes out there. If you go to eBay right now, you'll see a bunch of them with a say, hey, hologram. No good.
Because his health hasn't been.
He has been legally blind for the last 2 years. I believe in both eyes is what I read. I know for a fact he was blind in one eye recently 10 years ago, and his health just didn't put him in a position to be able to do an autograph signing, right? I've worked with Hall of Famers that are older, and it's very difficult to watch them go through it, let alone be blind and 90 years old.
It sounds easy, but it's not.
So I would tell you that, Mr. Silva, if you saw that signing happen and he did in front of you, congratulations, because I think that's a rare moment. And Willie, having a real Willie Mays autograph that's authenticated has a real value right now. We just bought one in the store as I was driving here. Shep purchased it. It came in. It had a PSA DNA authentication sticker on the 8x10 photo. We bought it.
Just like that, huh?
Just like that.
And how much, if you don't mind me?
What
being in
will
your
it
business?
retail for? We'll probably put it out there in a frame somewhere in the $295 range to $350 range, something like that.
I thought a little more than that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or you can pay more.
Yeah.
Either one.
Please do all that. It's to say, hey, kid, probably considered one of the greatest to walk, this earth when it comes
He's
to
got
baseball.
Roberto Clemente autograph stuff in the back in his store. Like,
Man, don't even get me started
like
about
in
some
the
of the
closet.
stuff. He has.
Hey, do me a huge favor. Just tell the listeners exactly what I have and where it's at. Okay.
He has better stuff in his storage than in his store.
And that storage is located at.
I only kid. I say that because all the time I ask for something, which are not, not Kevin Durant's, not Devin Booker's, not, LeBron James. I'm looking for one of my friends. He's always like, oh, yeah, I got that in the storage.
You have a very sophisticated taste.
I do, man. I do. I do. Thank you so much. I'm like, what's the a person who's an expert in wine? I can't think of
a
sommelier.
Sommelier.
You're from Somalia.
Yeah, exactly. That part.
I may have gotten that wrong. I have a couple of things. Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick, as you bust that Ziploc open, I like how you got that.
What is that?
Ziploc is Ziploc action.
I got to ask you.
He's got he's brought some more stuff in for me to womp womp.
Dude, I don't want to.
No, don't do my boy like that. Those are
These are not womp womps.
Right. How about this? And this is a question I've heard people ask this, especially being on the opposite side of, being friends with athletes and stuff like that. When they take a picture or they ask for an autograph and you have a picture to coincide with that autograph, does that mean anything more? Sure. Yeah, it does. Does that hold any weight?
Yeah, I think especially if the item is unique and different. So let's just say that you had like a special colored baseball as an example,
a Nerf ball,
or maybe it was a piece of fine art or some sort of original art, and it's you. I'll give you an example. A friend of mine, his name is Sal, but he goes by Kickstradamus. If you want to follow him on Instagram, he's local to Roseville. He lives there. He's a friend of mine. Well-known artist, nearly 900,000 people follow him on Instagram. He's done a lot of work with the NBA. When we had Rodman at our event, he did a custom piece for Rodman. It had the spotted hair and everything. It was a big, I think it was 3 foot by 4 foot art piece. So he had Rodman sign it. So he's taking pictures of Rodman signing it. Then he takes a picture with him and Rodman standing next to each other. There is no doubt, 1,000,000% that Rodman was there, signed it, and this is an original one-on-one piece. That value shoots through the roof versus saying, yeah, he signed it. I promise you. And it's got a PSA DNA sticker on it. It's very different when you have that provenance of you standing next to that person, holding this unique item in that. pictures of it signed.
So it means it goes a little further. It means something extra.
If you think about it, like for example, when Kyle Draper comes into the store, Kyle Draper, I try to take photos with this guy as much as possible to say, look, I know somebody important. Okay. I have celebrity friends. I promise. So, whenever you can take a picture with somebody doing that, baby, you got to shoot. You got to shoot your shot.
Mm-hmm.
True.
I have a question for you. Something we were talking about earlier with Malik signing. It seems to me that Malik may be, if he's not already, he may be on his way to being the most popular Sacramento King. Not saying the best or my favorite, but no. Jay Will is a real fan favorite. Yeah. Obviously, Webb, like we talked about.
Bobby Jackson.
You would know because you see how people come in and react to the autographs and things on the wall. Where do you think Malik ranks already? And, he's not done yet here in terms of just how much the fan base here loves him.
Top 6? Top
Really?
7?
Yeah.
I think so already.
See, I think I'd rank him higher than that, but obviously you have
and what would you rank him
on.
Where you have him?
Where you have him at?
Who is the most famous Sacramento King?
The most you said love?
Yeah, like Jay Will to me has got to be up there.
Jay Will is the most loved Sacramento King?
Yeah.
I think he's top 3.
Over Webb?
I think they're right neck and neck.
Really?
Yeah, I'd probably say like Webb. I would say Jay Will, Bibby for some time was there.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, Bibby was there. Bobby, and then like 75,000 down below that.
Right.
Vlade.
Well, anybody that was on a Kings team that had any success whatsoever for Kings fans, it's like, oh yes, I'll never forget that guy.
Pollard was really popular. I mean,
right.
We had some names, and my favorite player of all time, Wayman Tisdale, well loved within the community. I think anybody that's a King that says I'm going to embrace this community, I'm going to be out in the field, I'm going to make sure that I'm integrated with this community, they're instantly loved because we are a hardworking blue collar group of people.
Brad Miller's at every game.
Yeah, absolutely. People like that, Doug Christie. Doug Christie's always going to be loved. So we've got a lot of loved, but I think that Malik is probably top 6 or 7, and I think why is
that's
because
pretty good, huh? Excuse me for interrupting, but here I was thinking he's higher, but when you look at the big picture, top 6 around here, that's very significant.
He's so spectacular on the court, and then he's fired up and he's looking at the crowd like, yeah, this is us. This is us. When you have somebody like that, the crowd just gets electric.
I guess to spin off of that, because and I understand this is something I always talk about, we talk about on this show. The 2000s teams are all going to be the most popular until somebody wins a championship and bypasses them, right? Those guys are our champions. But what about, I'm a huge Mitch Richmond guy, and we've had this conversation. To me, The Rock not only doesn't get the respect a lot of times from, the NBA community, but I feel like Sacramento forgets Mitch Richmond until you tell them, like, hey, Mitch, oh yeah, we love The Rock, but I don't think he's one of the most fan favorites. Like, where does The Rock for memorabilia, cards? Like, do people come in there looking for The Rock?
No.
But
really,
probably not a lot from that era of anybody other than MJ or maybe
like the Reggie Theuses, like none of those guys, Spud Webbs. They're popular, but as far as like memorabilia, they're not.
I would just say that when it comes to Mitch,
remember, he doesn't like Mitch.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm just saying business wise. Like, I bet you he'll like Mitch if Mitch is producing money.
What's interesting is that when I watched him on the analysis, when he was doing some work with the Kings as far as breaking down
NBC
stuff.
Sports.
Yeah. When he's doing stuff, he's very well spoken, and I wish that he had done more of that when he was a player. If you think about some of the most beloved people in Sacramento, as far as Sacramento Kings are concerned, they're the ones that are, shouting out from the court, like Malik, or they're talking after the game and spend that time relating to the communities. So anytime that you have somebody like that, they're going to instantly have that popularity boost. When you have somebody that doesn't really talk, that doesn't really communicate with the media too much, Mitch was kind of quiet.
Yeah,
and at the end, he didn't really want to be here either. And who can blame him, right? But at the very end,
championship,
he didn't really force his way out, but he certainly made it clear that he didn't want to be around, which is his right. But I think that colors the way people remember him too. And it was him that without him, you wouldn't have gotten Weber.
Right.
Yeah.
What about someone like the likes of Meta World Peace or Meta? He's got 18 different names now, but yeah, Ron Artest.
he was somebody that I think
Sanrio.
We look like his reclamation project of getting rehabilitated back.
We were his pit stop on his way to the Lakers. Huh?
We were his place to be, to rehabilitate himself and his persona and image after the brawl at the Malice Palace.
He was a good fit here, though, but just for a short time, but he was a really good fit here.
And anybody that plays super hard, people love. One other guy that didn't have success here, but people loved him, was Jimmer Fredette. People loved Jimmer.
Yeah.
They loved Jimmer.
Does his memorabilia still hit hard? No,
absolutely
okay,
not.
About to say.
Yeah. The Fredette family isn't even collecting Jimmer. So,
are you kidding? He's a 3-on-3 sensation.
Yes.
the Shanghai
Sharks. What about, and I know this, raises eyebrows, but he has a love-hate relationship. What about DeMarcus Cousins? Does he do well over at the shop?
This is his shoe, by the way.
Yeah. That's his shoe?
Yes.
Wow, that's impressive.
Didn't sign it, though.
He didn't sign it? He just, you guys find it in a parking lot or something? This is his shoe. He grabbed it as he was leaving town. I've always loved Boogie. I thought that he was so good for this community. We had a real legitimate superstar in our grasp, in our team. They shipped him off for, pieces. It was Buddy, and I can't remember who else was part of that. But, I just feel like when you have a superstar, when you have a multi-time all-star, somebody that can handle the ball at 7 foot and back down and get fired up. Yeah, he had a temper, but his temper was to be fiery and be on the court and play hard. It's when he started shrugging his shoulders and that's when the fans were like, come on, man, we need you. And you're doing techs and you're getting kicked out of games. This is hurting. And I think that's when the crowd was what do we do with this guy?
I'll tell you this, Jay.
So those cards don't hit is what you tell them.
They do with some people for
folks.
sure. Yeah.
To that point, tomorrow we have some people coming over, daughters coming over. One of my daughter's friends, who's like one of our daughters.
Got the Napoleon fire.
Yes, sir. She's married now. They just have a little baby, and her and her husband are coming in their dog. And she's a basketball coach at Pacific, but their dog's name is Boogie, named after DeMarcus Cousins.
There's something in the YouTube chat. Silva says the original pizza guy. Isaiah Thomas.
Yeah.
People love him. They love that guy.
Yeah.
So he's another. You know what? He's a 5'7" dude that should not be in the league dominating, and he was an MVP candidate.
Yeah.
Even if it was with the Boston Celtics. So yeah.
He was another one. He was ours. He was the Brock Purdy of the NBA.
He was that second round draft pick. That's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We'll take a timeout. Come back with more as we celebrate Malik Monk staying in Sacramento. Nimron's got some treats for us, including a Malik jersey. What's going to happen with that? Stick around, find out. Drive Guys on Sactown
Save on rows and rows of new Hondas during our giant summer sale at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hurry in and save on our best selection of new Hondas. Each is priced to sell now. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on a giant selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline, Civics, and Accords with low finance and lease options. Get to Folsom Lake Honda or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
At the Good Feet store, we take pain very seriously. Whether in the foot, knee, hip, or back, Good Feet makes over 300 styles, flexibilities, and sizes of pain-relieving arch supports. With 26 bones, 30 joints, and over 100 muscles, tendons, and ligaments in each foot, a lot can go painfully wrong. So there's a trained arch support specialist at each Good Feet store to give you a precision fit. Come in for a free fitting and test walk. No appointment necessary. Good Feet arch supports are HSA, FSA eligible.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Vacaville. Online at goodfeet.com.
18 number ones. What was I thinking? Countless ACM and CMA awards. Sold out world tours. And now Dierks Bentley is coming to Sacramento for Country in the Park 2. September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo with Parmalee, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more, plus line dancing, food trucks, and more. Tickets available now at CITVFest.com.
Brought to you by Bonnie Electrical Heating and Air and the U.S. Marines.
Whitey here, reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm meteorologist Heather Waldman in the KCRA3 Weather Center. It'll be a comfortable Friday evening with an onshore breeze. We'll start Saturday in the low 60s. It's going to be a hot afternoon with highs in the triple digits. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA app.
Coach Doug Christie here to remind you, if you're in the market for a new car, shop Folsom Lake Kia. Low interest rates, low payments, and zero down deals with approval of credit. Folsom Lake Kia, over 25 years, right here in Folsom.
My good friends, Dr. Jack Friedlander and Dr. Pash in Roseville and in San Francisco are offering not only confidence, not only security, but also the ability, if you ain't insecure, to go from the roster to the all-star team. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about UpsizeMatters.com. Time after time, vote after vote, circumference, or as we call it, girth, is consistently ranked as the most important attribute. And Dr. Jack and Dr. Pash can give you a free consultation. The procedure can be done on the same day as your consultation with immediate results. It's non-surgical. It's virtually pain-free, safe, effective, long-lasting, semi-permanent, and doctor-performed. For more information, go to UpsizeMatters.com. Go to UpsizeMatters.com. Make that change. Make the all-star team. Get your girth on.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My weekend plans were already looking good, but now they're looking pretty epic thanks to the deals at Kohl's. I just saved on great summer essentials like shorts for my whole family at $16.99 and some cute dresses for 40% off. I also saved up to 85% off clearance after an extra 50% off. And with their Buy More, Save More offer, I saved $10 when I spent $50. Plus, I earned Kohl's Cash. So take it from me, you need to get to Kohl's for epic deals ASAP. Select styles. Offers end June 23rd. Extra 50% off clearance valid through June 25th. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Celebrate Sacramento Rivercats baseball during our 25th anniversary season. Pick your favorite weekly promotion, giveaway game, or theme night, and join the fun at Sutter Health Park. Stick around post-game every Friday and Saturday night as we light up the sky with the brightest fireworks in town. For a full promotion schedule and to buy tickets, visit rivercats.com. We'll see you there.
So how do you want to do this?
I was waiting on that $29.99 sale. I ain't gonna lie to you.
If Malik Monk didn't resign with the Kings and I had all these Kings jerseys with Malik Monk, my son Beckett's grandchildren would be selling Malik Monk jerseys.
Yeah.
So
we're not going to give you the question just yet, but stay tuned for it. It's coming up. And I just want to let you know, remind you, 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140, okay? So that's the number. And then the jersey.
And we're also going to be giving away an 8x10 signed Malik Monk photo too.
Are you kidding?
Get online.
I'm not kidding you.
Right now.
So
Lock
it's a
in.
trivia question. It's going to be a little tough, but we're going to ask it.
Yeah, this is the great.
So now is this a two-piece? Because we're giving a jersey away and a photo, so we need two questions.
And you got to come pick it up at the store.
Which is
I'm
where?
not shipping it. I'm not
Where's it
shipping
at?
it. If I was to ship it, which I'm not, the return address would be 6661 Stanford Ranch Road there in Rockland, California. But that's not where I'm going to be shipping it from because you're going to come and get it yourself.
So we can do this either way, just to be clear. Do we have two prizes?
Yeah, let's give
two.
Let's bless two people.
We have two.
All right, because I think you have a two-part question now. So, all right, yeah. So Yeah, you can win the and I guess the first person who wins is their choice which one they want first.
Sure.
Yeah. So
That'll
that's
work.
coming up in moments. Just want to give you a heads up.
Start dialing now. Start
Yeah.
dialing now.
For that. Can I show you something I brought in real quick just to see what you think?
I like how you brought it out too in the
Yeah.
Ziploc, brother. Triple bagged.
Well, it's 3 different things. May I? And you know, you're
This looks like gold nuggets of some sort.
You're I know you said, "Oh, I don't want to shoot them down." These are, no matter what they're worth monetarily, they're priceless to me. With Willie Mays passing away, reminded me of this. This is, my dad was a writer for the Vallejo Times-Herald, sports writer, and he was at Candlestick Park covering the 1962 World Series, which was the Yankees and the Giants, and that was like the media pin. And those, I think, are really rare.
I've never seen one of these before. Let me look at eBay real quick.
And while you're pondering that, I
$8. I'm just kidding. No, this is beautiful. Wow.
Yeah, it's really cool.
This is like
I
a press pin.
That's exactly right.
And
Members of the press got it.
And you can see that this is no joke. It's an actual screw, not a pin.
Yes.
And this is probably for the thick lapels of a sports jacket or blazer.
Because everyone wore trench coats then everywhere.
Right.
No matter what the weather. This is years later. My dad covered the Oakland A's, who were in 3 consecutive World Series, and he got that pin. So that, I believe, is from 74. It's commemorates
72, 74, and 75.
72,
73.
74.
Sorry.
Yeah. And I think that they gave out at the 74 World Series, which they beat
Wow.
the Dodgers in. And then last but not least, I got this Super Bowl week, the 49ers' first Super Bowl when they played Cincinnati. I didn't go to the game, but I covered no, actually it's the one against Miami. I'm sorry, that was here. Didn't go to the game, but they had Super Bowl week there. And that's mine, as being a member of the media for covering that Super Bowl.
This is incredible stuff. XIX Super Bowl. This was a Cincinnati one?
No, I'm sorry. I said it was the Miami one.
Miami
the
one.
one that was in Stanford Stadium, because they had the media events at Candlestick, and I went to.
Okay, I have a random thing that you just brought up.
Yeah.
So I think I mentioned him before. There's a gentleman by the name of 49er Jack. Everybody kind of knows him as 49er Jack, and him and I are supposed to connect here shortly. I went to his house a couple of weeks ago to go check out his collection, and he'd like to consign and sell some of his collection. And one of the items that we're going to be taking in, and this is breaking news right here, only on 1140, that he'd like to consign and have me sell a specific item from Super Bowl. And this is the first time I don't even think I told you.
No.
Buddy. Ray Wershing, the kicker.
Yeah.
He gave 49er Jack the shoes that he used in the Super Bowl to kick the game-winning field goal. And he gave it to him, and 49er Jack would like to sell it. He's probably going to do something with the proceeds with it. It's signed by Ray Wershing. He says, "These are the shoes I used to kick the game-winning Super Bowl."
Wow.
And he's putting it in our hands shortly to consign it so we can sell it on his behalf. That is amazing. I can't wait to.
Yeah.
I have pictures of it. We're going to be taking. Yeah.
Jay, you've been in radio a long time. You ever heard of the topper mistake?
Yes.
Because that's
I just
what
did
he
that?
just
Yes,
did.
he did, yeah.
Where I was like, "Hey, what do you think of my pins?" Yeah. I
Speaking
have a
of-
guy who
Let
has
me
the
give you
autographed
something, right?
shoes from the.
Listen, if I'm going to tag Draper in,
That's
I'm going
right.
to act like Draper. Okay.
I'm just kidding.
No,
I'm totally
it's signing Malik is a great thing. In fact, when him and I were eating dinner the other night. All right, I'll just go back to looking at my pins at my house.
true.
Those
What
are
else you
kind
got
of
over
cool,
there?
though, right? I don't know what they are, but I mean, how much they're worth, but they're kind of unique.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, where are you going to get them from? Right. So priceless.
You have something else over there?
No, that.
I thought you had something else. I thought you were pulling a few different bags out.
No, I was putting them back in.
Oh, okay,
I didn't mean to top you.
I know.
I
I'm just kidding.
apologize.
I'm kidding.
But let me just say something. Shoot a shoe, baby. Shoot a shoe, baby.
Hey, that's cute.
Oh, that's so
Pat me on the
cute.
head. Those are cute. I know a guy who has Joe Montana's liver at home.
Oh my goodness.
And he's willing to consign it.
Did I tell you that, Brian?
I've never told anyone. Did I tell
you think that's good? Hand me my backpack. Here's Ted Williams' frozen head.
Man.
All right. It's time for us to give away in honor of Malik Monk's agreement to sign with the Kings again.
Yes.
In honor of Imran being here.
Yes.
In honor of Friday. We have 2 spectacular items. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140.
You ain't getting in right now. I'm gonna tell you that.
Yeah.
Full phone lines.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, you
so
can,
people are already ready.
You can prep them. I mean, you
Oh.
can tell them,
All
once
right.
we get the first person out. But yeah, there's no lines for you to jump on
All
right
right,
now.
so we'll bring on the first contestant.
We can bring on the first one.
All right, let's talk
You
to
call
Sean.
it out, Sean.
Sean! Sactown Sports. Hello, Sean. How are you?
What's up, guys?
We've got question 1 for you, and if you get it right, you have your choice of the items. Okay, Sean?
All right.
So
so you're kind of at a disadvantage because you haven't heard the question yet, but here we go.
And we can't have, we've got only about 20-ish minutes left of the show.
Yes.
So, Sean, don't take too much time on this one.
Don't be like Kyle Draper.
We'll just dump you. Let me see,
got
bro.
you.
I think it's off the tip of my tongue.
Yeah.
The question is, it's a 2-part question. You could choose one of the two.
Yeah, just do one, please. We don't need both. That would spoil it.
Right, that would spoil it. So the question is, there are 2 Hall of Fame basketball players that played for the Sacramento Kings 1 season here in Sacramento. And we're not talking about the Rochester Royals or Kansas City Kings. We're talking about Sacramento era.
1 season only?
1 season only. There are 2 Hall of Famers. Can you name one of the 2?
Ralph Sampson.
Ooh, that was close. Ralph played 2 seasons
Nice
here
try,
with the Kings.
Sean.
Very close,
Good
though.
try.
Very close. Let's go to
Yeah.
the next caller.
Yeah,
This is
scared me. I
fun.
thought, is that right? Yeah.
What, it would scare you that people get the answer correct?
No, I thought that was not one of our right answers.
It was not.
Right, but initially I thought, I think that's right. We didn't think of him.
You just gave me the double negative on that one.
Troy on Sactown Sports. Hello, Troy. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Yeah.
Troy, same question. What player? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You have the answer.
Yeah, I got it. I'm gonna go with Danny Ainge.
Incorrect. Danny Ainge is not in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, nice try.
Yeah, nice try, though.
Try. He was so confident, too. Daniel joining us here, trying to win a Malik Monk autographed jersey. Hey, Daniel, you're on with Imran, the Drive Guys. What's up?
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Great.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Do you know the question? Danielle. I'm sorry, my phone says Daniel. I apologize. It's Danielle.
No worries.
Yeah.
I want this jersey, but I'm just gonna make a guess.
Okay.
Vlade Divac.
Oh, so close,
Sorry.
but Vlade played more than 1 season for the Sacramento Kings. He is in the Hall of Fame, though.
Yeah, so it's going to be a Hall of Famer, only 1 year with the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, this is tough.
And there's actually 2 answers.
Dude, I'm not going to give away a jersey. This is incredible. This might be the most
Colin's
glorious
got
day.
it. Colin's got it on Sactown Sports. Hello, Colin.
Hello.
Hello. You have a guess for us?
Vince Carter.
Vince Carter is one of the 2. Congratulations.
So hang on. Don't say anything else.
Yeah, don't say it.
Colin. Although we do need to know, which prize do you want, the jersey or the autograph photo?
Can I get the jersey?
Of course you can. You've earned it. Thank you for listening.
You just have to come and pick it up at the shop. So what we'll do is we'll collect your information so that way we can verify that it's you, Colin, because there's probably somebody driving over to the shop right now going, my name's Colin.
Oh, and that's
I
not
thought,
good
yeah,
enough?
we want that Colin. The one that called in. Get
Yeah.
it? That's a
Yeah, there you go.
I
So
get it.
Colin has the first prize.
Correct.
We still have the autographed Malik Monk. Can you tell us what he's doing in the photo? Is it like, hi, I'm Malik Monk, or is it an action shot? Or?
He's signing his contract. No, he's just hyped, just like a Malik Monk photo should have.
Okay.
He's hyped in it.
All right. So we have
It's on our Instagram if you want to look at
Vince
it.
Carter, and that's the easier of the 2 answers. Isn't
Correct.
It?
Yeah, and people are furiously Googling while they're on driving. Please don't do that.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
Bridget.
There's one left.
Sactown Sports. Hello, Bridget. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good, good, good. Do you have an answer?
Is it Rick Adelman?
Ooh, Rick
No.
Adelman is in the Hall of Fame. He didn't play for the Kings, but he also coached for more than 1 season.
Yeah,
But
I
that's
think
a
he
great.
played for he might have played for KC.
No,
but
he
didn't
played
play
for
Sacramento.
He played for
Played for Portland. Mostly.
Portland for sure, and then coached
Yeah.
Portland to
Yeah.
the finals.
Up to Josh on Sactown Sports. Hello, Josh. What's going on?
How's it going?
Good. Do you have any idea on this one? It's a tough one.
Bob Cousy.
Ooh, Bob
Nope.
Cousy is in the Hall of Fame, but he did not play in Sacramento.
Never played in Sacramento.
I'll give a slight hint.
No.
You just try to walk away with this
No.
photo.
Should we take a break here, Jay, or keep going for a couple?
We get a couple.
Couple more. All right. Nick, Sactown Sports. Hey, Nick, what's up?
What's up, guys?
The question is, can you name one of the 2 Hall of Famers, basketball Hall of Famers, who played 1 year in Sacramento? Vince Carter is one. Who is the other? Who is the other, Nick?
Is it Sarunas Marshallonis?
Oh, he Googled it. Yay! You can tell that he Googled it as he butchered the first part. Sharunas,
Yeah.
Rooney.
Hang on. We'll set you up. Thank you very much for listening. Congratulations.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. Sharunas Marshallonis, one of my favorite all-time Sacramento Kings.
That guy was a slasher and he'd score. You couldn't stop him on that lefty drive.
We'll wrap things up, see what other surprises Imran has brought when we come right back. Drive Guys, Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm meteorologist Heather Waldman in the KCRA3 Weather Center. It'll be a comfortable Friday evening with an onshore breeze. We'll start Saturday in the low 60s. It's going to be a hot afternoon with highs in the triple digits. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA app.
At Elk Grove Honda, we make sure every certified pre-owned Honda is one we buy from ourselves. Right now, you'll find interest rates as low as 1.99% APR on approved credit. See our certified pre-owned Hondas in the Elk Grove Auto Mall or online at elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Hey there, you in aisle 2. I see you by the fiber and laxatives. You still using those to manage your constipation with belly pain? If your symptoms keep coming back, you may have irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. So you may need more than over-the-counter treatments to manage it. Ask your doctor about how Linzess can help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
It's the ride everybody wants to be driving, and Elk Grove Kia has them in stock right now. I'm talking about the 2024 Kia Telluride. And my friends at Elk Grove Kia can get you behind the wheel of a 2024 Telluride SX for only $419 a month, plus taxes and fees. Whenever I see one of these driving down the road or next to me at a red light, I just stop and admire it because the Kia Telluride just looks iconic. And not only is the Kia Telluride beautiful, it's got room for the whole family. There's a seating capacity for up to 7 passengers. Plus, it's loaded with tech. So is the 2024 Kia Telluride the right ride for you and your family? Come on down to Elk Grove Kia and the Elk Grove Auto Mall. Give it a test drive. And just a heads up, when you're here at Elk Grove Kia, you're going to be treated very well. You're not going to get this kind of car buying experience in Roseville, Vacaville, Sacramento, or Davis. That's why Elk Grove Kia has so many 5-star reviews. Again, check them out in the Elk Grove Auto Mall or online, elkgrovekia.com. 24-month lease, $0 security deposit, 20 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year, $4,999 due at signing based on approval of credit. VIN number 501850, ends June 30th, 2024.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at PowerCopiers.com.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, what's going on for Chrysler's Make This the Summer event?
Well, it boils down to this one question. Do you want a great deal? Hoblet has it. Right now, you can save up to $13,500 off MSRP on remaining new 2023 Dodge Challenger or Dodge Charger, starting as low as $25,595. There's just a handful left, and after this month, it's all done.
So this is it. After this month, the savings are all gone.
Yep. So if you've been putting it off, but you've dreamt about getting one of these cars, you better stop by Hoblet Dodge in historic downtown Woodland fast.
You won't find a bigger selection or better deals on the vehicle you want than Hoblet Dodge right now. Don't miss your opportunity. Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$13,500 total net savings after $89.20 factory rebates and $45.80 dealer discount. At least 10 of this net savings. $25,595 net price after $64.20 factory rebates. Rebates may include $500 first responder bonus cash. Must be current member of First Responder Association. VIN number 607624. See dealer for details.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
The first known hole-in-one in golf history happened in 1868, or was it 1869? A photo of the original scorecard from Scotland's Prestwood Golf Club shows that young Tom Morris made a 1 on the 8th hole during the Open Championship. On the original scorecard, however, 1869 was scratched out, and 68 was written in its place. Confusion reigned in the 1930s when all the scorecards were collated with the 1869 date being changed to 1868. But vintage newspaper reports from the local press confirmed that 1869 was indeed the correct year. The station hole, a 166-yard par 3 on Pressbrook's original 12-hole layout, is where the ace was made. Young Tom Morris was 18 years old at the time and would go on to defeat the 13 other players in the field by 9 shots. He even beat his father, Old Tom Morris, by 23 shots. A year earlier, young Tom became the youngest champion in tournament history at 17, a record that stands today. He went on to win 4 Open Championships in a row. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sactown Sports.
Oh, it feels so good here that we are celebrating Malik deciding to stay, and then Imran comes in, and we actually give away some Malik Monk memorabilia. Thank you for bringing it in. Yeah. Right. Who are the winners, Jay?
Yeah, shouts out to Colin and Nick.
Colin and Nick. Great question. The 2 basketball Hall of Famers who each spent only 1 season in Sacramento, Vince Carter and Sharunas Marshallonis. And congratulations, everyone. That was like, we're sitting here. What is the question? What's the question? How about it? And he came up with that.
I did. I mean, there's
digging deep.
Yeah, it was going to be either that or some sort of Isaiah Thomas question because people love Isaiah too.
Yes. Well, that was great. Thank you for listening. Congratulations to the winners. Can you tell how excited fans are about the Kings by how much they're buying at your store? How much Kings stuff?
In fact, breaking news again here on the Drive Guys. So because I have so many Malik Monk jerseys, and I would love to get them in the hands of real fans, and now they can know that they could buy a Malik Monk jersey, autographed jersey, and it could put it up on their wall. We do custom framing as well at our store. So you could go up on your wall with pride, knowing that Malik is here to stay at least for the long short-term future.
4 years. Yeah,
4 years, three plus.
Mm-hmm.
So what, in honor of Malik's signing last night, and do you remember where you were last night at 8:47 when that
I don't even remember
dropped?
where my car is parked.
Now or last night? Because I was having a great dinner with my friend Jay. We were sitting there and I go, why is my phone blowing up right now?
With him?
I was with Jay.
Oh, great.
We were just enjoying a little dinner, and I said, Jay, isn't that awesome?
Yeah,
That's great.
Man.
Yeah, I got it. I don't know if you got the same text, but I got
Draper.
a text.
Mm-hmm.
Draper was excited.
But I hadn't looked at my phone.
Yeah. He was focused.
Phone.
We were focused. That's right. I mean, Draper didn't text me, but again, if you got to top me, that's how you do it.
The customer you're trying to reach is not available. Please call back.
That's Draper for you.
So in honor,
special deal. Yeah.
Special deal. So if you come into the store, and I got to go to the store unit to go get them and bring them to the shop. So we're open until 7:00 tonight, which is roughly in about, we close in about an hour and 10 minutes. So I apologize. We won't be ready, but they'll be ready tomorrow, starting when we open at 10 a.m., which coincides with our show tomorrow here at 11:40, my show.
Well, you have a show?
I have a show here every Saturday. You think this magic just comes out of nowhere? I'm a well-versed professional here. $78 for a Malik Monk signed jersey. $78 all in.
Let's go, Sacramento.
Sac is lit. Authenticated and everything, right?
Yeah. What did you just say?
Sac is lit.
That's how it is. A Sac is lit.
Yeah, that's Patrick Beverly.
Okay, so $78 all in for a Malik Monk jersey in honor of his
Whitey can't say that?
Listen, and here's the interesting part about it. As Draper was walking out of here and I was walking in, he says to me, how much you going to sell those jerseys for, bro? And I said, $78. He goes, man, you're leaving money on the table. And I said, just like Malik. So that's an honor.
I thought he was going to say, I'll give you 40.
Yeah. And I'll come ask for it on Christmas morning. Come open the store for me. $78 right now.
Great.
Head over tomorrow. We'll have them in shop for you. $78 for a Malik Monk autographed jersey with authentication. We're happy to spread the love and make sure we normally sell these jerseys for $125, but for any Malik Monk fan, now's your time to come and grab them.
Yeah, and you brought something in today. I don't even know what this is.
Okay, first of all, let's paint the picture for our radio only listeners. I brought a box in of 2024 UFC Midnight. It's some cards created by
Topps.
Topps.
Tear this box, isn't it?
It's your box. Every week I come here to disappoint the fans with a choice of box for Whitey to open. What he's opening right now is a box of UFC Midnight. There's 7 cards in this pack. It goes for
the box is amazing.
It goes for
briefcase
$299. $200.99. Yeah, $299.
Okay, so honestly, some people are going to think you're kidding.
And I'm not kidding. And you're opening it. There's 7 cards in here. And what I loved about this UFC aspect of things was that I cannot wait for you to pronounce some of these names that come out of this.
Zhang Weili?
Zhang Weili? Is it an autograph?
Zhang Weili.
She's the women's champion.
No.
Yeah, that's
not autograph.
Not autograph.
Jessica Andrade.
Andrade
autograph.
Yeah. Oh, is it numbered?
No.
Okay.
Worthless, huh?
No, let's sleeve it, baby.
Sleeve it. Fernando Padilla.
I don't know who that is.
Autograph, numbered. Number 23 of 99.
Okay.
You know what it is, yeah. We have
Conor McGregor. Come on.
I can't tell. Oh, Jan Blachowicz.
It's Jan Blachowicz.
Yeah, autograph 36 of 99.
He used to be the heavyweight champ or light heavyweight
I'd
champion.
say the jersey card, but they don't wear jerseys.
Yeah, you don't want to know what game piece that is.
Okay. Kamaru Usman.
Oh, that's right.
That's
Usman.
a good one. That's a good one.
Dustin Poirier.
Justin Poirier. He just fought. Yeah, he just fought.
Numbered. And finally, Constellations, Stephen Thompson and Chris Wiedemann.
That's Wonderboy Thompson.
Yeah.
And the other guy.
Sure is.
And that's the segment with Whitey guesses who these people are.
I struck out again, huh?
You did well.
Really?
Is that Usman autograph?
How much that cost you?
It didn't cost me as much as you'd think.
Free 99. Free 99. My treat on behalf of True Sports Cards. We love being here, Whitey. Thank you for always having us here on the Drive, guys.
Thank you. And make sure you get to the store, whether you're going to buy the jersey or not. Great stuff up there. Jay, thanks. Great week.
Thanks, Jay, for all you do.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Stick around because you told me.
A's baseball.
A's baseball. The A's taking on the team that they're playing tonight. I'm sorry. It's next. You're gonna stick around to find out who the A's play on Sactown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who